School Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yami of Revolution. The race to find the U.S. pilot trapped in Iran. All bad news for Trump and the U.S. military. Before we get into that, be sure to wipe your feet. That means hit the like button. You in the House of Revolution. Like, share, subscribe, support the platform, y'all. Well, there's no good news for the U.S. imperialists. Iranians probably already got your damn pilot and baiting y'all in. Let's get right into the content. Salute. So continue to go very fast.
Iran claims breaking developments. U.S. ground troops are now inside Iranian territory, on second since the F-15 crash. Hebrew media reports that American commando forces have launched a field operation to locate a missing U.S. airman after a fighter jet was shot down. And this is rapidly turning into a high-stakes situation. The incident began when an American F-15E Strike Eagle was shot down over southwestern Iran. This marks the first confirmed U.S. combat aircraft loss inside Iran during the ongoing conflict. 2 crew members were on board. One pilot ejected, was located, and successfully rescued by U.S. Special Forces, but the second crew member is still missing. That is where things get complicated. U.S. Special Operations teams have now entered Iranian territory, conducting a combat search and rescue mission in hostile terrain. Helicopters, drones, and fighter jets are all part of this operation. But Iran is responding aggressively. State media is urging local tribes and civilians to join the search for the missing American. A cash reward of nearly $60,000 has been announced for anyone who captures the U.S. airman alive. Videos circulating online appear to show armed groups scanning mountains and even firing at low-flying U.S. helicopters. This is no longer just a military operation. It is becoming a public mobilization. Experts warn this could quickly turn into a major embarrassment for the United States. If the missing airman is captured, especially by local militias, it could hand Iran a massive propaganda.
I believe he already captured, and I believe the Iranians are so intelligent and so brilliant in their military tactics that they're baiting these fools in, just like they hit all those planes and helicopters yesterday. That was baiting them in to come find the guy that they probably already got. All these ground troops have to arrive in Iran because they don't want to leave a man behind. Okay, cool. They probably gonna get captured.
A victory. For now, one American is safe, the second still missing. And with U.S. forces on the ground inside Iran, this rescue mission could define the next phase of the conflict.
This F-15 aircraft now cost close to $100 million.
Imagine if you could turn any idea in your mind into a perfect, realistic photo. No Photoshop.
Is that Donald Trump now has the worst net approval rating among independents of any president ever at this point in term 2. He is worse than Richard Nixon, who would be going adios amigos in a few months back in 1900.
A major crisis has hit the United States. There's no more hiding the fact that the US is increasingly getting bogged down in an intractable situation. 2 US fighter planes are confirmed to have been downed by the IRGC, along with a Black Hawk helicopter that had come to rescue them. This comes a day after the American president went on primetime TV threatening to bomb the country into the Stone Ages. President Trump spoke of overwhelming victories on the battlefield. He said, "Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins. Their command and control of the Islamic Revolutionary Guard Corps is being decimated as we speak."
Tonight, Iran's navy is gone. Their air force is in ruins.
And less than 24 hours later, we now see that the United States has suffered a double setback. Not only were the F-15E fighter jets, along with the A-10 Thunderbolt, were shot down, but also one pilot is missing.
Iranian state TV airing these images that they claim is the wreckage from that downed fighter jet.
Iranian state television has declared that Iranians would be rewarded for finding any American crew members and turning them over to alive. It took the United States several hours before confirming the news that came out from Iranian state TV. Now, this is a massive issue, not because of the downing alone, because obviously that has happened in the past. However, Donald Trump's military engagement with Iran effectively aligned with Israeli strategic priorities, as we know was echoed by the Secretary of State Marco Rubio, has left the US strategically exposed and has undoubtedly weakened the United States' global position. Tellingly, Emmanuel Macron, the French president, recently stated on Trump, "Perhaps you shouldn't talk every other day." He also criticized Trump, saying this was not a show. Some technical details for the tech junkies on those jets that the Iranians brought down. The F-15E Strike Eagle model, which was downed in Iran, cost around $31.1 million when it was originally bought. Newer models of this F-15 aircraft now cost close to $100 million. The F-15E Strike Eagle was introduced in the 1980s, and it was designed to perform air-to-air and air-to-ground missions. It can fly around 1,800 miles per hour for up to 2,400 miles. Now, overall, the United States has already spent more than $27 billion on the war with Iran in the first 5 weeks, more than it spent on any other war at this stage. The Intercept magazine has estimated that the war with Iran could cost the country trillions of dollars. The other jet that was down, the A-10C Thunderbolt II, known as the Warthog, cost around $10 million in 1998. It was the United States Air Force's first aircraft that was built specifically for close air support, and is able to strike tanks and armored vehicles. It maneuvers well at low speeds and altitudes, and it can operate from short or very rough runways. It can perform very well in poor visibility and adverse weather as well. But it's equipped with both precision-guided and unguided munitions, so it can also carry out missions at night using night vision goggles. It can fly 420 miles per hour within an 800-mile range. Now, Iran is said to have used advanced passive infrared detection to shoot down the planes. Passive infrared detection does not emit radar signals, so it can't be detected or jammed by American electronic warfare systems. And it is invisible to the technology that the United States has spent trillions building its air superiority around. Now, the Iranians being able to hit and bring down an American fighter jet obviously is big news, especially given how they suffered in June last year. There's been much discussion on social media as well as other platforms how they've achieved this. But what's clear is that they achieved this through a combination of strategies, including decentralizing the authority that's been given to military units to take decisions, and by shifting towards indigenous and Chinese technology. Iran has transformed its airspace into that contested environment by doing this. Now, the assumption of easy air superiority for the United States and Israel now no longer holds. And unless both the Israeli Air Force and the United States Air Force adapt very quickly, the cost of operating and attacking Iran will continue to rise. This also means that in the short term, at least, any US ground invasion is very questionable. Now, after the 12-day war, Iran realized just how vulnerable its air defense network had been to precision strikes. So they engaged in a system-wide redesign, one that already made operations over Iran significantly more difficult for both the Israeli and American pilots. The first change that they made was a structural change. Iran divided its air defense into 31 operational zones, each capable of functioning independently. So if the central command was disrupted in the past, delays from Tehran created those fatal gaps. Now, local commanders can authorize missile launches and they can engage targets immediately. And that removes that bottleneck of centralized command altogether. The second shift that they made is physical. Fixed installations, which are once very easy targets, have been replaced or they've been supplanted by systems which are embedded deep within Iran's so-called missile cities, as well as their rugged coastline terrain and underground tunnel networks. They're not just hidden, they're hardened. They've got marble, granite covering them. They're designed to survive initial strikes and to continue operating having been struck. Third, Iran has adapted technologically in ways that are now countering directly the US military doctrine. So rather than relying heavily on radar systems, which obviously reveal their position, they're increasingly using what is known as the passive infrared detection, which is combined with advanced tracking algorithms. So in simple terms, they can now track an aircraft without broadcasting their own location. Mobility has also become central to the system. Medium-range surface-to-air missile units are now highly mobile. They can now use those shoot-and-scoot tactics that complicate targeting, and they render any pre-planned strike package far less effective. Now, at the same time, Iran has also moved away from its reliance on Russian systems. You may remember in June 2025, the country was very upset with the Russians because they had not delivered the weapons that Iran had been asking for. So Iran's domestically produced Bavar 373 is now playing a much larger role, with upgrades that are allowing launchers to operate autonomously even if the command infrastructure is degraded. It's a clear lesson that was learned from those earlier vulnerabilities that Iran suffered, especially in June 2025. Alongside this, newer systems like the Majid air defense platform, which rely almost entirely on passive infrared detection, makes them extremely difficult for the other aircraft to identify before engagement. But the most significant development is Iran's deployment of the Chinese HQ-9B, one of the most advanced long-range surface-to-air missile systems that is available. Do check out the vlog I've done on this topic earlier. With both active radar homing and passive infrared tracking, it has complicated electronic countermeasures for the United States. And for the Iranians, it improves detection against that low observable aircraft. Now, for President Trump, who's framed the conflict as a necessary step to prevent Iran from obtaining nuclear weapons, the case is colliding and straining his relationship with his America First coalition. The movement has long been skeptical of foreign entanglements and costly overseas conflicts. Now, right now, they're hopping mad over the direction that the president has taken. Just listen to what Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Joe Rogan, and others have been saying on their shows. Donald Trump is presiding over a deeply unpopular war. Nearly 6 in 10 Americans oppose the conflict in Iran, and his popularity numbers are at historically record lows. It doesn't help that the average cost of a gallon of gasoline in the United States has now gone beyond $4. The man who said he was against the forever wars and he was in favor of America First has become lost under the pressure of many of those who live in the shadow of Epstein Island. On Friday, President Donald Trump officially requested $1.5 trillion in spending for the Pentagon in the next fiscal year in 2027. The 44% increase in defense spending would be the largest defense budget in the United States history. And President Trump said it would allow the US to build the dream military that we have long been entitled to. And it looks like he will need it, since despite his constant calls for other nations to join the joint US-Israel war against Iran, not a single nation has acceded to him so far. In a fit of pique, he's threatened to leave NATO, which, by the way, stands for the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, and not recently, as the NYT embarrassed itself calling it the North American Treaty Organization. That blunder alone tells you how out of touch the United States has become with its understanding of where the world is. Now, there's no support at all in either party to leave NATO, and it's very unlikely to happen. The United States, contrary to Donald Trump's cribbing, was the biggest driving factor behind the creation of NATO in 1949 because it wanted to contain the expansion of the Soviet Union into Europe. It was the reason why the US set up all the other treaties in the 1950s as well, including CETO and CENTO. CETO was set up in 1954, aiming to keep Southeast Asia away from Soviet influence, and CENTO in 1955, which was aimed at keeping the Middle East away from Soviet influence. Trump, who has rallied against NATO members, refusing to show what he calls courage, and for them to lead the fight in clearing the Strait of Hormuz so that oil ships can once again safely pass, has been disappointed by their response. The NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte is due to arrive in Washington next week. Since in the past he's unashamedly called Trump daddy, you can imagine why he's in the United States, to calm the president down and to take a message back to the Europeans to help him out. But the reality is Europeans know that Trump has embarked on an illegal exercise of power with no international banking. This week, surprisingly, France joined China and Russia in the United Nations Security Council to vote against using military force to open the Strait of Hormuz. The resolution, which was drafted by Bahrain in coordination with its Gulf neighbors. Bahrain, where a Sunni monarchy rules over a Shiite majority citizens, has long had an antagonistic relationship with Iran, and it's long accused it of meddling in its internal affairs and stirring up dissent. Iran has closed the Strait of Hormuz, that strategic choke point where 20% of the world's oil and gas normally travels through, shortly after the United States and Israel launched that war against it on February the 28th. That closure, we know, has caused global energy disruption. It's hurt the financial markets, and it's increased the price of oil and the shipping and insurance costs related to that. Interestingly, the next day after the resolution failed, the Iranians allowed a French-owned container ship to sail through the Strait of Hormuz. It was the first known passage by a vessel with ties to Western Europe since that war with Iran began. The Iranians earlier had allowed a Spanish vessel when Spain had not allowed the United States to use its bases in that country. Divide and rule is working well for the Iranians currently. Now, after Trump's personal comments on Emmanuel Macron's marriage, he shouldn't have been surprised by the French actions in the United Nations. There is a cartoon flying around. I don't know if you've seen it or not, but look out for it. It has Ronald Reagan, President Ronald Reagan from the United States, meeting President Donald Trump, where Reagan says to him, "I destroyed the Soviet Union." And Trump says, "I destroyed the United States." Donald Trump, as President of the United States, is destroying the country's credibility, its power, and its status irreparably. I'm Najma Minhas with GVS Deep.
Figures. Independent analysts American troops are taking hits, and the numbers may be far higher than officially reported. Allegations are now emerging of a Pentagon cover-up, hiding U.S. casualties in the ongoing Iran conflict. According to The Intercept, at least 750 U.S. service members have been killed or wounded since October 2023, far above public figures. Independent analysts warn this raises critical questions about transparency and accountability at the highest levels. The human cost is mounting. Recent Iranian strikes on bases across the Middle East, including Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, reportedly wounded at least 15 troops, a figure not reflected in CENTCOM updates. Officials and defense analysts warn that CENTCOM and the Pentagon are failing to provide timely, accurate casualty figures, leaving the public in the dark. Iranian missile and drone campaigns have destroyed a $300 million E-3 Sentry AWACS and damaged an ANTPY-2 radar system, key to long-range missile detection. Experts say the Pentagon failed to fully incorporate lessons from Ukraine, particularly on counter-drone warfare. This oversight, spanning 2 administrations, has left U.S. forces exposed to advanced, sustained attacks.
The failure of the Department of Defense to adequately incorporate the lessons of the war in Ukraine, as opposed to just studying them, particularly counter-drone warfare, is a bipartisan failing across 2 administrations.
Back in Washington, mounting casualties and the opacity surrounding them are creating political pressure. Analysts argue that Americans funding the war deserve transparency on troop safety and costs. Some urge permanent base closures across the region to protect U.S. interests and economic well-being.
CENTCOM and the White House should be providing accurate and timely information on the costs and casualties involved in this war. After all, it is American taxpayers who are funding it, and U.S. economic prosperity and economic well-being that is being undermined by it. We would be better off if bases across the region were closed for good.
The stakes are escalating. Hundreds of troops wounded, multiple fatalities, and strategic vulnerabilities exposed. Iranian attacks now extend to any location housing U.S. forces. President Trump signals resolve, yet the war's cost, in lives, credibility, and readiness, continues to rise.
Well, as I said before, when you have conflicts like this, you always have death. And I was at Dover yesterday. I met the parents, and they were unbelievable people. They were unbelievable people, but they all had one thing in common. They said to me one thing, every single one: finish the job, sir. Please finish the job. And I'll leave you at that.
Is April 4th, 2026. The U.S. war of aggression continues against Iran. We are well past 1 month into this war. And I want to share with you a recent development, a tactical snapshot, if you will, of what is taking place in and over Iran. This is from the BBC. U.S. pilot rescued after fighter jet downed over Iran, U.S. media report. There are claims being made every single day about the U.S. losing warplanes over Iran. This is the U.S. media itself admitting that this happened. So that is why this is significant, because even the U.S. is admitting it. It is, for all intents and purposes, confirmed. A U.S. pilot has reportedly been rescued after their F-15 fighter jet was shot down over western Iran. A search is underway for a second crew member. That means there were 2 crew members in this F-15. Only one was rescued. They have no idea where the other one is. They don't know what happened to this other pilot. It continues. The search and rescue mission to retrieve the crew, consisting of a Warthog jet and 2 helicopters, came under fire, causing the Warthog's pilot to eject over the Persian Gulf. That means an A-10 ground attack warplane has also been shot down by Iran. So that's an F-15 and an A-10 warplane shot down by Iran. The helicopter that rescued the F-15 pilot was also attacked, wounding crew members. CBS News further reports. So that is 3 aircraft attacked, 2 shot down. This isn't just a lucky shot. This means there were significant air defense capabilities in this area the U.S. thought it could operate in or over with relative impunity. And that suggests an ambush, an air defense ambush. And what this is not the sort of integrated air defense system, say, Russia has, where it's stretched across all of Russian territory, and they see these targets, and they have a huge network of missiles and other systems they can use to intercept these incoming targets, whether they're aircraft, missiles, drones, doesn't matter. That's what an advanced, large, sophisticated, integrated air defense network can do. Iran does not have the ability to do this. The U.S. is flying over Iran, striking targets all across the country. What Iran can do instead is hide its air defense systems and roll them out at times they think the U.S. is being complacent or is overly exposed. They can ambush U.S. warplanes by doing that. And then as soon as they carry out this ambush, they will move them somewhere else, keep them hidden, and repeat the whole process. Ukraine actually has done this, and it has successfully shot down Russian warplanes by doing this. If they kept all of their air defense systems out in the open, close to the front line, Russia would find them and destroy them. So what they do instead is they roll them in for ambushes, conduct the ambush, and then try to roll them out before they get destroyed. Sometimes they get destroyed anyway. But that is the principle behind this strategy, and this is the potential outcome. You will not just down one, but several aircraft, and you will end the sense of impunity U.S. military aviation thought they had while flying over Iran. Now, why is this significant? This is significant because during the beginning of the conflict, the United States was using a huge number of long-range precision-guided munitions, and they were carrying out what are called standoff strikes. That is when the warplanes are launching these long-range missiles far outside of the Iranian air defense capabilities, and the missiles fly into Iranian airspace and they hit targets in Iran. And Iran has to make the decision: do we try to intercept that missile and waste precious air defense munitions, or not? And then if they do, they might hit these missiles. But as people might remember, in the opening phase of the U.S. war of aggression against Iran, there were hundreds of Tomahawk cruise missiles flying toward targets in Iran. There were 10, 20 at a time. There's just no way for Iran, with the air defense capabilities it had, to try to intercept all of those missiles. So what they likely did instead was attempt to defend their airspace as best as possible in the opening phase. They almost certainly lost air defense capabilities in the process. They probably also kept a certain number of air defense capabilities in reserve, knowing that this is what was going to happen, and knowing that their strategy would depend on ambushing U.S. warplanes later on in the conflict, as the clocks that I, myself, and others have been talking about continue to tick for both sides. For the U.S., long-range precision-guided munitions is a finite resource. Once they're out of them, they will no longer be able to conduct this military operation at the same pace and intensity that they have been up until now. They will never run out of these munitions entirely. They will never be at zero. But what will happen is they will have to slow down the pace of their operations, which will then give Iran the space and time that it needs to start rebuilding. The other clock that is ticking for the US that I constantly talk about are air defense munitions. The clocks that I talk about in regards to Iran are their ballistic missiles. How many do they have? How many drones do they have? Their military industrial production, how badly has that been hit? Is it still in operation? Are things like drones still capable of being built, even if a lot of its military industrial production has been hit? And the answer is yes. In some cases, a certain very small number of missiles could possibly still be being built. The Western media claims that Iranian missile stockpiles are actually much higher than expected, that the US attempts to find them and destroy them have more or less failed, or at least fallen significantly short. Iran also faces the ticking clock regarding its air defenses. How many are left? And if they're all gone, or most of them are gone, and that allows the US to fly over Iran with impunity, drop bombs rather than long-range precision-guided munitions, things like JDAMs, which are still guided, which are still precision-guided, but they're just not long-range. They have an almost infinite number of these bombs that they can use on targets all across Iran. And so these are all of the clocks that are ticking on both sides. The problem with the United States is once they run out of their long-range precision-guided weapons, they have to switch over. If they want to maintain intensity and operational momentum, they have to switch over to flying directly over Iran and using munitions like JDAMs. The problem with doing that is if Iran still has air defense capabilities held in reserve and begin carrying out these ambush operations, it'll start to take a toll on US warplanes. And then what the Pentagon has to decide is, well, we do have hundreds and hundreds of warplanes, and we can't afford to lose a certain number of them. People might not realize this, but the US lost thousands of warplanes and helicopters during the Vietnam War, thousands of them. The US can afford to lose a certain number of warplanes and helicopters and other air assets in this war against Iran. If it is determined to topple Iran or destroy Iran, it could afford to lose a certain number of these warplanes. It's not going to end the war for the US if it loses a certain number. But at what number does the US say we can't afford to fly over Iran anymore? That is the question. That is why events like this is a tactical snapshot of what is taking place. It does not tell us the strategic trajectory of the entire conflict. You have to be very careful. People are going to want to seize onto this story and say, Iran is definitely winning. And I just would warn people against doing that. This has implications. It is a tactical snapshot, but it has potential strategic implications. The strategic implications depend on what happens next. If we see ambushes like this every week or even every other week, that could be a significant strategic development. If the US is forced to roll back sorties flying over Iran, dropping JDAMs on targets in Iran, they have to go back to using standoff weapons, long-range precision-guided weapons. That is going to impact the scale and intensity of their war, and thus the efficacy of the US war of aggression against Iran. So these are all things that we have to keep in mind as this conflict continues. Iran still has these capabilities left, which tells me, and myself and others, including Alex and Alexander of the Duran, have been saying this for weeks now, when the US says, oh, look, Iran's missile rate of fire has dropped by 80, 90%. That's because we got rid of all of their missiles. Maybe, but it's actually much more likely, especially because they are firing 20 to 30 missiles every single day for weeks now. It's much more likely that they are just pacing themselves. And if they're pacing themselves in terms of ballistic missiles and drone launches, they're probably also pacing themselves in terms of the other military capabilities they are using and the way they are using them. They're not going to put their air defenses out in the open to try to intercept US warplanes as they come in. They're going to hold them in reserve and ambush them when they think they have the best possibility of succeeding. as they have succeeded in this case. But again, we have to keep a close eye on this and see what happens in the days and weeks ahead. And this conflict is almost certainly going to just continue and continue, because again, this isn't just about the US fighting Iran in the Middle East. This is about a much larger war taking place around the globe. I have a new article that I wrote for New Eastern Outlook. The US war on Iran is a US war on multipolarism. And I talk all about how the US war against Iran is just one part of a much larger war the US is waging against the world. I'll do a separate video on that article. These are things that I've been talking about for years. So for regular viewers, listeners, readers, this should come as no surprise. But I'm going to leave the video there. If you thought this video was useful, please like and share. Think about subscribing to my channel. It is free to do, and it helps the channel grow. At the bottom of every single one of my videos is a video description. Here it says more. You click on more.
I've been saying, remember, I've been saying that Iran was baiting these people in with the air defense systems. And I learned in the Russian war, Ukraine do it too, like you said. You don't always let the enemy know. You got to take some hits. Sometimes you let them hit stuff. And they foolishly think, okay, they can come deeper and deeper into your territory. And then what Iran did yesterday happens. Now the U.S. got to rethink everything, because Iran is patient and baited them in, you know?
Or there will be a short summary. There will be links.
But I feel really bad for those U.S. soldiers who couldn't refuse orders yesterday. When they sent those troops into Iran, those troops should have said, hell no, we're not going to no Iran. Those boys had to go. You know? Trump hiding out. Trump don't want to come out.
How are you?
Greetings from Buddhist Southeast Asia, Mario.
Greetings to you. So we've got reports, not reports anymore. An F-15 has been shot down, according to multiple sources, and we have information that one of the pilots was just rescued a few minutes ago. The other one not yet. We have reports that even Iran, not confirmed, scrambled fighter jets to counter the search and rescue operation by the US, and they've offered a reward for any Iranian. This is a tribal area there where the fighter jet was shut down. So offering people there money if they're able to share any information with the IRGC on the whereabouts of the pilots. So how significant? How did Iran shoot down a fighter jet, an F-15? An F-15 has never been shot down, from what I understand, ever.
No,
American fighter jet has never been shot down since the war in Yugoslavia by enemy fire. Yeah, it's a pretty significant development.
It's very difficult to shoot down an F-15E. Very, very hard. No wonder this is the first one. So without looking at anything else, my guess is an S-300. Or that's even...
Exactly. It's the 400.
Of course.
It's the S-400 that they bought. It's the S-400 that they bought from Russia. They hiding it out. That's one of the most advanced air defense systems in the world, better than anything the U.S. got. But I heard a U.S. military expert say Russia has sent their best. You a damn lie. Russia got the S-500 that'll knock satellites out the motherfucking sky that they've already brought. I've been telling people this. No. While the U.S. was working on warplanes, Russia was working on air defense to knock those planes out the goddamn sky. The U.S. best tactic was their Air Force and their Navy. That's obsolete now. That's a fact.
Will never be admitted live by the Russians or by the Iranians. An S-400. It's quite possible. It's quite possible. This would have been, let's say, one of the latest batches coming via, I wrote about this a while ago, the Astrakhan Caspian, North Caspian Tehran shuttle with IL-76 bringing all sorts of stuff from Russia, and none of us know exactly what's inside. It could be anything, including a new batch of S-400s. So from now on, the Americans have an extra problem to deal with. And what is fascinating, I've been to this area zillions of years ago. Mountains, lots of tribal people.
Province.
Yes, in Khuzestan province, yeah. Which, for instance, people in Iraq call it Arabistan because there are a lot of Arabic speakers in that province. But this is very tribal. There are some nomads still, and I read in a Farsi report translated into English that nomads and tribals with their rifles are
I saw the video. Yeah, they were shooting down
around the area looking for the pilot.
Yeah, they were looking for the pilot. They're also trying to use their rifles to shoot down the drones, the MQ-9s that
exactly.
the Americans were using. Yeah, so America was using helicopters as well as an F-35 and mainly the drones to try to.
There are images of these helicopters. Yes, absolutely.
Let's go back though to so. That is, I was really surprised to see these reports. Iran has claimed multiple times to be able to strike American fighter jets. They've caused damage to one, from what I understand. They haven't shot any down, at least not that has been confirmed by Western media sources. That would be the first in this war.
Is confirmed.
The F-15 is confirmed, yeah. Oh, yeah, the F-35 as well.
The F-35 is confirmed.
Is that the one? But is that the one that was able to land to land in Saudi as an emergency landing?
Theoretically, yes, but this emergency landing is not confirmed.
Okay. So, so you said it could be an S-400, not only an S-300. Now, from what I understand, Iran doesn't have any of those.
Mario, there's please, and all of you, our audience, it's quite possible. Most certainly an S-300. If it's an S-400, once again, the Russians would never say it, and much less the IRGC. They came within the latest batch of cargo that has been flying from Russia to Iran in the past, let's say, 2 months. It's quite possible. And obviously, Khuzestan is critical because Khuzestan is not very far from the Arab world. So it's a perfect place to position S-300s or S-400s. So we can imagine that they are positioned in around Isfahan, around Tehran, certainly in the southeast, because of these, I would say, completely absurd rumors that the Americans would try a landing near Chabahar in Sistan, Balochistan. Okay, let's go straight to the point. I was there last year when we were shooting a documentary on the North-South Transportation Corridor. Chabahar is about 50 kilometers from the Iran-Pakistan border. It's a beautiful area, heavily militarized. Why? Because on the other side, the Baluchis on the other side, members of this basically guerrilla group, the Balochistan Liberation Army or movement, they do back and forth. They attack police stations, for instance, in Sistan, Balochistan, Iran. They go back to Pakistan, Balochistan, Pakistan. So we have a component of CIA MI6 instrumentalizing these people. But at the same time, we have the Pakistani state in Islamabad fighting them as well. So assuming the Americans would, let's assume the Americans would disembark on the Pakistani side of the border and then try to cross into Sistan, Balochistan. Major trouble already. And if they disembark in Sistan, Balochistan, in Iran, not far from Chabahar port, which is a free zone port now, very important. I visited extensively. I talked to the authorities of the port. This is the key port for the, let's say, Russia, Iran, India Silk Road, maritime Silk Road. How the hell the Americans are going to go from that region, which is the extreme southeast of Iran, at least closer to the Persian Gulf and to the Strait of Hormuz? It's over 800, it's almost 1,000 kilometers. How the hell are going to do that? It's completely absurd. But this is actually being floated around the Beltway as one of the possible landing points. Completely removed from reality. I'm sorry?
That is crazy. Like the fact that I'd say we're almost certainly going to have troops on the ground is just to what extent. The discussion of whether is almost an old discussion, which is just so sad to see. But I think the reason I think the shooting of the F-15, which is again very, maybe you can explain it further on why it's so difficult to shoot, but it's a very nimble, very stealthy fighter jet, very agile, cost about $100 million. Yeah, so it's it's never been shot down ever, not in Iraq, not in Afghanistan, not in Yugoslavia, not in Libya ever, and it was just shot down not on day 1 but on day 30. Now, is it also possible that it might have been a pilot error? It might have been caught by surprise, was very complacent, because that's in Western Iran. And Western Iran, and that was not too far from Isfahan, where there's the nuclear power plant.
It's very far. It's very far, Mario.
From Isfahan. Okay.
Khuzestan to Isfahan, okay, in the back of my mind would be at least 500 kilometers, 600, even more. It's very far. It's in the southwest. Isfahan is practically in center Iran. South Iran and
to the west. So the reason I brought up Isfahan, then where was the air defense located? Because I wouldn't expect it to be in Khuzestan, because Khuzestan doesn't have anything sensitive there. They've got a lot of the oil reserves there, but they don't have any nuclear facilities, from what I understand.
Yeah, but you know why it's sensitive, Mario? As a possible, just like when Saddam Hussein did it in the beginning of the Iran-Iraq war, you can stage a land invasion via Khuzestan. And this is, don't forget, very, very important. These guys who are the top leadership of the IRGC, they are all veterans of the Iran-Iraq war. So they remember practically every step during those 8 years, what happened, battles, invasions, the back and forth, and all that. So obviously, it's still in the back of their minds. Assuming the Americans would try even a mini land invasion, would be much easier for them to use Khuzestan. And that would explain very important air defense batteries stationed in Khuzestan.
I think taxes are something that makes all of us panic, whether or not you want to admit it. Being able to...
Interesting. Because that would have been stationed there for a while. The S-300s, from what I understand, are very difficult to move around. So is that fair to say? Could they have moved it throughout the war? It's very difficult, especially through the mountainous regions.
Throughout the war, I wouldn't bet that they moved that during these past 30 days. They were already there. Don't forget that they were expecting to be attacked. Since the 12-day war, they knew that there would be another attack. Yeah. So they had at least 8 months to prepare that. And in fact, they did. And once again, coming back to the overarching strategy, which is the decentralized mosaic. This means that every provincial commander in every province, he can organize his battlefield and his defense organism the way he wants. And obviously, the commander in Khuzestan said, no, this area is sensitive. Anything could happen, even a land invasion. So it's once again, for all of you, our audience is important. These decisions are not made in Tehran. They are made by individual commanders in every province, in coordination with Tehran, of course, but they have total autonomy. So it's no wonder that after this F-15E strike, wow, it once again proves to the conceptualizers of the decentralized mosaic that it works.
Well, that comes not long after U.S. intelligence, according to, I think, CNN, an assessment says roughly half of Iran's missile launchers and drones remain intact. Despite
they don't know, Mario. They have no bloody clue. Yeah, they have no bloody clue because they don't even know where these underground missile drone cities are. They know about the ones that they hit. And these are the ones in central Iran, western Iran, around Tehran, around Isfahan. There are two around Isfahan that they have been pounding for days. But everything to the east, to the southeast and to the east towards the Afghan border, they don't even know where these missile cities are. So they're floating numbers just like any one of us could give a number like that and out of the blue. They don't really know because they don't have a ground intel. Very important. If they had ground intel, maybe. But the cells, the Mossad cells, let's put it this way, that were a little bit around everywhere they were exterminated these past 30 days. So Mossad does not have ground intel in Iran anymore.
So there is a rescue operation right now, and the U.S. is using Black Hawk helicopters. They're using the drones.
Yes.
The drones, and even I don't know why they're using F-35 more for defense, for defending the other search and rescue aircraft. How capable are those, and how vulnerable are they? The MQ-9s and the
very vulnerable. Well, they are flying very, very low altitude.
Yeah, I saw. You saw those footage.
Exactly.
KK, Lisa, can you play some of the footage while we're speaking of the search and rescue? Because it's pretty dramatic footage. Things you don't expect to see in movies.
Yeah. There's some very good images already. Yeah.
Yeah, I'll have the team play some footage for anyone that hasn't seen them. And there's just been a report came out that Israel's not helping with the search and rescue, which I'm not sure why that is. But just going back to the points that's a very tricky vulnerability, because then we could see even more aircraft targeted now during the search and rescue.
Even before the ground invasion, Mario.
Yeah. So what? Yeah, that's pretty
this is complicated. I've been talking to a lot of people about it, including our friend Larry. Of course, Larry is adamant that it's going to happen within the next few hours. Don't forget that we are talking. Right now, it's almost midnight. It's past midnight in China. It's 8:30. I think it's 9 o'clock in the Persian Gulf now. So it could happen tonight, the beginning. But what beginning and where? Probably indiscriminate bombing a little bit everywhere, especially Tehran and Isfahan, or even positions that they imagine these are guarded positions of the IRGC Navy, especially in the Strait of Hormuz and in the Persian Gulf. From the Strait of Hormuz to Bandar Abbas, to the port, maybe. It's, I would say, an area of 50, 60 kilometers, more or less. And then what? Where are you going to land? Are you going to land in Qasem Island? There is an underground missile city in Qasem Island, which is quite big, bigger than Okinawa. The comparisons are floating everywhere. Qasem is important because the tankers who are navigating in Iranian territorial waters after they pay the toll booth and they have the green pass, which is basically a VHF radio signal, so they can they are sailing between Qasem and the small island of Larak. This small island is important because this is a base of the IRGC Navy. So there's a possibility that the Americans will try to bomb the hell out of Larak. The problem is, Mario, there are a lot of tankers all over waiting for the green light to cross the strait. And now, something very important, some Europeans are getting a green light. The French were very, very clever. The French were immensely clever. Even, whatever we think about Macron, we're not going to get into the merits, but he was intelligent enough not to vote that draft resolution in the UN Security Council, basically by the UAE, calling for the liberation of the Strait of Hormuz by all means necessary, meaning force, meaning a real war in the Strait of Hormuz. This will be vetoed by Russia and China, and if he went to vote, would be vetoed by France as well. The Iranians got that. And what was the reward? The first French tanker sail through the Strait of Hormuz today. So other Europeans are saying yeah,
they're trying to cause a wedge between the U.S. and European allies. It's trying to cause.
It's already happening. It's already happening. It's already happening. And in fact, Araxi already said today to the European Union as a whole, we are ready to make deals with any European Union nation that approaches. So the wedge is already there. And of course, considering that many of them look at Trump as, the beast of the apocalypse, there will be deals. There will be more deals like the French just struck with Tehran.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party tested, so you know it's safe.
And it ships legally and discreetly to your door. So you
can before we talk about that wedge and the strategy here behind Iran, because that is probably the most important story of the day, and the fact that we said we had the first European ship pass through the Strait of Hormuz. I'm not sure if it's the first. I think it's the first European. There were talks about the Spanish one passing through, but I don't think they have.
With an European flag, yes, with an European flag, French flag.
So I have a question. What do you make of the fact that aircraft there's C-130s that are flying low, including Black Hawk helicopters and A-10s, over the territory where the fighter jet was shut down? These are very easy to target. Doesn't that indicate that there is some sort of air dominance, at least in that region of Iran? Otherwise, those would have been shut down by now. So for the U.S. military to fly those aircraft so low, they must have some sort of dominance in that region, which is a bit confusing because the F-15 was shot down.
Or it could be desperation, Mario. We really don't know. None of us really know, assuming there is a strategy. Don't forget that now they are reacting to in terms of global PR, the whole global South is lasering on this. An F-15E, which was never shot before, has just been shot by the Iranians. This is the news in sub-Saharan Africa or in the middle of Borneo. This is the thing. So obviously,
what happens if they capture the pilot? That's a big propaganda win. They'll just be able to.
Wow! If they already capture one of the pilots, and of course, local TV stations in Khuzestan were saying, "Capture the pilot. Don't do anything with the pilot if you capture him."
Yeah,
they were broadcasting this, over and over again. Of course, because if you're talking to tribal people, which are very, very proud of their traditions, of their land, their first instinct would be to kill these guys on the spot. Like Pashtuns in Afghanistan, the same thing. But no, there's a raison d'etat behind, right? The state priorities behind, right? So we don't know, considering there's no, the Pentagon has no strategy at the moment because the Pentagon is being led by a moron. What kind of strategy can you expect from that guy? And the generals
that were fired yesterday.
The generals are being dismissed because they don't fit into the apocalyptic narrative that he's disseminating everywhere. It's immensely, from the point of view of the national security of the United States, this is beyond a disaster. This guy could not be taking care of a high school. Can you imagine the Pentagon? It's totally absurd. And there's no turning back.
So going back to the
he wants the war. No? Pentagon generals did their homework. They know that if this landing goes on, if this this mix of Bay of Pigs, Okinawa, Gallipoli, etc. goes on, it's going to be a total disaster.
I've been neglecting my physical health for a long time. I realized while trying to keep up with all of the stress and pressure.
This is where we are now.
I want to go back to what we were talking about earlier, and that's the French-owned container ship that passed through the Strait of Hormuz. So that's, according to many reports, it's the first one with a European flag that passed through.
It is.
And so obviously we know Iran's strategy right here is to have European countries not allow the US to use their base, and I think a few of them have already made that decision. Spain, France, I don't know about Italy, but these are the two I know of.
Italy is more ambiguous, Mario. In fact, there's still
She's
American
visiting Saudi in the UAE right now, Meloni.
the Sigonella base in Sicily. They are still using the Sigonella base in Sicily.
Okay.
This is the Meloni government. They have to,
Do you worry that this could, we haven't even talked about Trump's speech yet, but do you worry that this strategy could, if you push Trump in a corner, then he might start crossing certain lines he had in mind, certain red lines, escalating in ways we don't want to see him. Like it's striking more bridges, striking more infrastructure, even if that might cause more harm to the Gulf. But just to avenge the capture of the pilot or the shooting down of the F-15, that depends if they capture the pilot. But if he's pressed in a corner, he needs to declare a win. So that win could be very costly for Iran.
He is already in a corner, Mario. And that's why he's so much more dangerous now than he was a day ago or a week ago. Can you imagine that you have a rant on social media gloating because you are bombing bridges? And the Stone Ages, by the way, he couldn't even pronounce correctly, Stone Age. No? Or the expression is bomb you back to the stone. The Stone Ages remark, which was absolutely frightening in every aspect. Let's look at it from a legalistic point of view. You have a president of the United States confessing live in public for the whole planet that he is a war criminal. This is immensely serious. Yeah, it's immensely serious. He is condemning the whole population of a country of 93 million people or so, Iran. And he finished, where you belong. This is so immensely serious that I was not struck that there was not a single word from the so-called international community, UN Security Council, all these idiots. Nobody said anything. Probably everybody was paralyzed. What are we going to say? And whatever we say is not going to matter anyway. But the fact that he actually said that, and now this is on the record for the whole planet to see, it's beyond inexcusable. And in terms of compromising United States national security, there will be ramifications for years to come. So he's already in a corner. He's throwing everyone he can under the bus. The next one probably is going to be the push-up clown, the Secretary of Forever Wars.
Secretary of Forever Wars?
Well, yeah, he is. Don't forget that he leads the Department of War. So he is the actual Secretary of Forever Wars.
We haven't talked yet on the non-stop attacks on Israel, including on Passover Day. We have just a few minutes ago as well, possible impacts in Haifa and Kiryat hasn't been confirmed yet. But the launches on Israel haven't stopped. While the UAE, the Gulf gets struck as well, the aluminium plant in the UAE got shut down. There's reports that they struck an Oracle, a location of Oracle. I think they had servers in the UAE, but Dubai said that was not true, so we're not sure whether it's true or not. But Iran is able to maintain those attacks. If you mix that with the report that about half of their missile launches are still there, Iran's capabilities a month into this war just make a ground operation even scarier. If they're able to strike all the way in Haifa and all the way in the Gulf to this day and shoot down an F-15, is there a possibility that Trump may reconsider the ground operation?
At Houston Christian University, we offer the latest online learning infrastructure, a personalized...
We all wish, Mario, that we were able to be in the Oval Office to ask him this question face to face. He doesn't know, no? He doesn't know the answer to this question. It's practically guaranteed that if there is this mini Bay of Pigs, Okinawa, etc., it's going to be a major disaster and there will be a lot of body bags. And this comes from experienced Pentagon people.
So let's talk about it, Pepe. How would a ground operation look like? You've already talked about how it could start from the east, could also start from the west, both possibilities. What is the most likely scenario? They're going from the Gulf towards some of these islands. Which Gulf country, through what means, and what will be their main hurdles?
Exactly. If they start from the UAE, for instance, one of the possible scenarios, they are trying now. In fact, the UAE already offered the Americans, you take possession of these three islands, Abu Musa and Greater Thumb and Smaller Thumb. These islands are between the UAE and Iran. The UAE says they are ours. They cannot prove it. For the moment, they are Iranian. So the UAE is offering islands that they don't have jurisdiction over these three islands. They basically offering these to the Americans. Okay, this is going to be your beachhead. Okay, assume the Americans take these three islands. They're still going to have to sail.
These are contested between the UAE, the Abu Musa.
Contested between UAE and Iran. You're right. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. They will still have to sail from the three, from Abu Musa and the two Thumbs towards the Strait of Hormuz to the northeast. How are they going to do that? Absolutely out of the question. You know,
from where?
They're going to have zillions of missiles pointed at them. If they say,
could they go in from the UAE, or the UAE finds it too risky, they wouldn't dare because Iran would just target them heavily?
If they go from the UAE will be raised to the ground. This is what the IRGC is already saying. They not only the IRGC, even the political leaders are saying. For all practical purposes, Mario, the UAE is already at war with Iran. It's not formally declared, but they are already at war with Iran. So the Iranians are looking at every millimeter of movement in the UAE. If they identify, for instance, lots of American troops, in fact, most of American troops are in the Emirates already.
Oh, really? More than other Gulf countries?
I would say there are more in the UAE than in Kuwait at the moment, or maybe half and half. But they are basically between Kuwait and the UAE as we speak. So the Iranians are looking at that. Okay, if they make a move, they're going to be targeted, wherever they are, inside the Emirate territory, in Abu Musa, in the islands, crossing the Persian Gulf, you name it. So the UAE has a very, very bold decision ahead. If they enter the war, not only informally as it is now, but formally, they are doomed. Literally. There's no question about that.
And the only reason they would do it is part of a deal for them to be able to take ownership of Abu Musa and the greater and littler.
Exactly, because they are in fact, they are trying to, MBZ is trying to sell the Americans the notion that they can land in Abu Musa and the two Thumbs and there will be no consequences. It's completely absurd. These three islands belong to Iran. They are contested, but they still belong to Iran. So this would be the next step after this UN security resolution that they try to introduce, and it is already bombed by Russia and China, and France already said we will also bomb this resolution. It won't pass. Beginning of the week, very, very important, on Monday, the famous Quad that met in Islamabad. I wrote a long column about that, trying to explain the mechanics of this meeting. Intriguing, fascinating, but it led nowhere. The whole thing lasted 2.5 days, and then it disappeared completely because there was nothing solid out of it. But we had, very important.
You're talking about the meeting. You're talking about the meeting between which delegations?
Exactly. Exactly.
You'll break it down now. Okay.
Yeah, I'm breaking it down now, Mario, quickly, as quickly as possible. Egypt, Saudi Arabia, Turkey, and Pakistan as the mediator. So they meet in Islamabad, the four of them. They discuss. They come up with some ideas. Pakistan had already talked with the Chinese before. And basically what the Chinese said, look, if you come up with something solid, you tell us. Immediately after the end of the meeting in Islamabad, they spent an hour and a half on the phone with the Chinese. And the Chinese obviously said, look, we're not convinced by anything. Come here and explain to us live. This is exactly what happened the next morning. The Pakistani foreign minister took a plane, went to Beijing, and he met with Wang Yi in person. So he had to explain to Wang Yi in person what they discussed in Islamabad. In the end, they released a very, very lame 5-point statement with, I would say, a collection of cliches. All of us know about all that. You have to end the war, blah, blah, blah. But so what? But this is not the Chinese strategy. The Chinese obviously released that to appease everybody, including the Americans. But the real discussions now in the background are China, Russia, and Iran, using what the Pakistanis managed to get from the other 3 Muslim nations. But another important point is that Saudi Arabia was there in the discussion. So this would presuppose that Saudi Arabia would like to find a peaceful resolution. Who was not among these 4, Mario? The UAE. Why? So you see, because they don't want a resolution. They want the US to smash Iran. And they are saying that openly. Remember that Wall Street Journal op-ed by the UAE ambassador in Washington? It looked like it was zillions of years ago. I think it was last week. And after that, things kept it's.
But didn't he make a correction afterwards? He put out a statement saying that not correction. He put out a statement. I can't remember the details of it, where he's saying that something along the lines that's one you're referring to, that the US should finish the job. Iran cannot have the same capabilities as it had before the war. Something along those lines. And then a day later, he clarifies, he clarified that the UAE wants the war to end or something similar, but on the opposite side, that between those 2 statements, there was a heavy attack by Iran on the UAE. So people speculated that that second statement was only made because of Iran's strong retaliation. So I don't remember what that statement is.
I don't remember reading the second one, in fact. So
I'll try to find it.
It was interpreted as a sort of retraction. The second statement.
Some people interpret it as the UAE walking back their position after a very heavy Iranian attack. So that's what some people interpreted it as.
This is quite possible because this Iranian retaliation.
I just find it very. I'd be very surprised if the UAE wants to join this. I understand the benefit from them from having those 3 islands, but the amount of damage they would face if they encourage this war. For a country, it's probably out of all Gulf nations, it's the one that benefits the most from the sense of security and the wealth that it has created because of that sense of security and stability for all the world's richest people that find it as a tax haven, as a place to do business. They suffer the most. And that's why because I've seen the reports about the UAE, I've seen the reports about Saudi. The Saudi ones were easier for me to make sense of because Saudi is a much bigger country. It doesn't depend on that sense of security as much as the UAE. It's important to it, but it also has significantly more military capabilities as well. It spends the most in the region on their military, more than Israel, more than Turkey. So that's why for me, Saudi, if I had to guess, I'd say all Gulf countries want the war to end. The only exception would be Saudi, but there's been more and more reports that say that it's both Saudi and the UAE.
No, it's but their 2 positions are practically incompatible. And okay, what is driving MBS now? The kiss my ass gambit by Trump. This changed the picture completely.
You think so? You think that statement?
Mario, you live in the Gulf. You know about Arab honor, right?
Yeah, and they take respect very seriously.
Like this in public, addressed to an Arab leader, this is the worst humiliation imaginable. There will be revenge. Don't forget that MBS's ego is the size of the Milky Way, or even bigger. So there will be revenge, little by little. We had the first installment He said 2 days ago, we are not buying weapons from the United States anymore. Wow. This is collapsing 50% of the MBS said that.
Oh, wow.
This was not reported in American media. This is only work in the Arabic media. So what does that mean in practice? 50% of the petrodollar deal collapses. If Saudi Arabia is not buying American weapons, the other ones are going to start looking around. Oh, maybe we should do the same thing. So who's the first candidate? Russia. And guess who was on the phone? Was it earlier today? I think earlier today. Guess who was on the phone, Mario? MBS and Putin.
They put out a statement, I think it was last night or today, you're right. I saw the statement. I saw the statement. It was last night, I think.
So this is one factor. Okay, the Saudi Arabia point of view is evolving. The UAE, they have their backs against the wall because, first of all, from the beginning, they were telling the Americans, go for it, smash Iran. Then there's follow the money. Very, very important. $1.4 trillion of committed UAE funds in projects linked to the American economy or inside UAE itself, basically revolving around data centers. So they already committed these gigantic funds. So, it's an umbilical cord with the US. They simply cannot.
But can't they withdraw those?
Exactly. People were asking me this question today. The Americans saying, no, you promised it.
Yeah, but I don't know if it was signed. It was more commitment, like we will invest, but there's no legal obligation to. I haven't checked. By the way, what happened now? 2 rockets were fired from the Arab tribal army in Syria towards the Israeli-controlled Golan region. You know how the Arabs said that they made a statement that they will join the Syrian Defense Ministry of the town of Nimr in Dara, voiced support for the tribal army to join the Bedouins against Israel. Remember how the Bedouins were marching apparently to the Israeli border in Syria and al-Sharaa was trying to stop them? There's just reports now, I think it's confirmed, that the rockets were fired from Syria now towards the Golan region. That was after apparently what triggered them is that ruling in the Knesset.
This is the beginning of a sort of tribal insurrection in Syria. Absolutely. We had some echoes a few days ago. It's picking up speed. Absolutely. So
there is a regional war in the Middle East. Remember how we've talked about this for years and decades, Pepe? We've always talked about regional war in the Middle East. It's a powder keg. It could happen.
It is.
We are going through it right now.
We were used to localized wars, right? The whole Syria, the degradation of Syria took 12 to 13 years, but it was very localized. Iraq, the Hashd al-Shabi, the popular liberation militias and all that, they were gaining ground little by little. But now they come to a key point in Iraq where
US also just reported that one of the pilots was rescued, but there's reports that the other one was captured by Iran. Unconfirmed reports. Unconfirmed. But as you said, that would be very significant. Yeah, unconfirmed so far. He said that would be extremely significant. Sorry to interrupt you.
Right. Right. Okay. So I was telling you about how the axis of resistance was reconstituting itself after ultra heavy blows. So this applies to Hezbollah. We're looking at the Merkava shooting season right in front of us. Tribal, non-sectarian interests in Syria, and that includes Alawites, includes Druze, includes Christians as well. Yemen, which for the moment the Yemenis are just waiting for the right moment to intervene, and Iran. So the reconstitution of the axis of resistance took, let's say, over 1 year. And now all the actors are moving at the same time. And that's the definition of a regional war, because they have clear identified enemy, what I call the Epstein Syndicate.
The Epstein
That's
Syndicate?
Yes. And the whole global south is looking at it, Mario, with people are missing their sleep at night to follow this in real time. It is the most consequential war of our young 21st century, to remember the great Eric Hobsbawm. And this will condition everything that happens afterwards. And because we have an American leadership that is so mediocre, they don't even know the stakes. And they're making one mistake after another. And other generations of Americans are going to pay for this mistake. This is terrible, terrible. These are condemnations of, these blanket condemnations of the US as a whole, they miss the point. The problem is how American foreign policy was hijacked by a tiny circle of extremely nefarious interests. So the rest of the country is paying the price, and the rest of the world is paying the price. Don't forget that this war of choice has been essentially inflicted by two individuals, Benjamin Netanyahu and Donald Trump. And the whole planet is going to pay the price for it. It's as serious as it gets.
Pepe, can I ask you another question?
Of course.
On the air defense, the S-300 or whatever air defense system that was used by Iran to shoot down the F-15, how is it still even there? So I thought they're very difficult systems to camouflage. Would they have been underground this whole time? Because I would have expected the S-300s to be one of the first things for the Israeli and Americans to shoot down. I remember I interviewed a few guests that say that was probably one of the earlier targets, because they need to shoot those down to achieve air supremacy or air dominance or whatever you want to call it, or air monopoly, as someone was telling me yesterday. But those are one of the first things to be shut down. But if within the last few hours we hear that those systems potentially there because they shut down an F-15 for the first time ever in human history,
yes.
And we got a report from CNN, according to intelligence sources, that about half of their drones and their missile launchers, not missiles, missile launchers, which are the main thing that the Americans and Israelis were targeting. And we saw reports earlier that many sources were pretty surprised by Iran's ability to continue firing and sustain this war. How is the air defense
don't know shit about Iran, sorry. These ones don't know shit about Iran. And just answering your first question, they're masters of camouflage.
Yeah, they've been preparing this for a long time.
So, absolutely. Not to mention they have done their homework, not only for the past 8-9 months, but even before that, for decades before that. You don't build underground missile cities in a matter of months. It takes years. And in some cases, at least, 2 decades. So they were ready. They did their homework. It's basic Sun Tzu. And we have Sun Tzu in War Alago getting into a war where he doesn't know the enemy and he doesn't know himself at the same time. And he wants to win.
And we haven't talked yet in a while about what's happening in Lebanon. There was one statement that really bothered me, Pepe, and that's a statement by the defense minister. And we know that the war in Lebanon is going to continue, and there's statements in Israeli media and officials saying that once we finish with Iran, our focus is going to move to Hezbollah, because people expect the war in Iran, not sure if it's going to happen, to end in the next 2 to 3 weeks. Before that, actually ending in 2 to 3 weeks, we didn't talk about something important before we moved to Lebanon. Is it possible that Trump just walks away from this whole thing? So
yes.
He ends it with a big bang, sends troops on the ground, and then, hey, I created this mess. It is what it is. Whoever needs the Strait of Hormuz has to figure out how to open it. If Iran keeps a toll booth or repurposes the toll booth in some way and makes money off the Strait of Hormuz to be able to pay for the reparations or the costs of the war, so be it. Yeah. America doesn't suffer from this, and then American allies end up suffering. Is that a possibility?
Yes, he's already sent feelers about it. He was almost on the cusp of maybe doing it. But
yes,
exactly.
Statements, of course.
Exactly. But if he does it, Mario, wow, obviously he hasn't crossed his mind yet, because he's incapable of conceptualizing or strategizing, for that matter. If he leaves and the Strait of Hormuz is totally controlled by Iran as it is now, and now they are talking to Oman, there will be a new legislation for the Strait of Hormuz between Iran and Oman.
Yes,
they are already
discussing
discussing it.
yeah. What do you
Yes,
make of this?
It's
The markets are
absolutely
confused
normal.
because the markets got
Yeah.
excited, and then that excitement
Yes.
immediately dampened.
But that makes total sense because, after all, the strait goes between the Iranian coastline and the Omani coastline. So they have the right to install a toll booth, just like the Egyptians install a toll booth in Suez. Absolutely normal. You have to pay to go through Suez. So everybody has to pay to go through Hormuz, obviously. So this is, they are already starting. The first step is the Iranian parliament approving the new rules of the game on the Iranian side. Now the diplomats of both sides are going to talk with the Omanis. The Omanis will come up with their own system. So probably in the near future, a tanker can choose where is he going to cross the Strait of Hormuz, via Iranian territorial waters, via Omani territorial waters, or if it's in the middle, he's going to have to pay to somebody. So they are all discussing these details, but the previous status of the Strait of Hormuz is gone. It's not going to go back. So if our baboon of Barbaria decides to, I won, mission accomplished, I'm leaving, it's up to you to solve this problem, this means that he lost the war completely, irreversibly. There's no way to spin a win when you lost the Strait of Hormuz to your enemy, literally, which is what's already happening. And of course, the ramifications. Petro, you won. All the Gulf petromonarchies restudying their military alliance, probably, steering towards
long-term consequences that go on after
weapons. Exactly.
Past Trump presidency. So that's something that one could say that this doesn't impact Trump's presidency as much if in 5 years from now the Gulf are talking to the US about moving American bases out of their countries, because that's a long-term decision that could happen in 3, 4, 5 years from now. But that'll be way past Trump as president. Not the next president, but the one after that.
But these bases are not coming back, Mario. This is something that I would say very few people are already looking into the near future. These bases are not coming back. If they come back, Iran is going to bomb them all over again. There's no question about that. So this means that the Gulf, they need to reassess, which is something that maybe MBS will be the first. MBS will probably he's already taking the lead in a way. Let's see if he manages to implement that. We're not going to buy American weapons anymore. That's a problem. All his money is in London and New York. His money is going to disappear if he does that. So is he ready to take the tumble? We don't know. But there is already a reevaluation. You're going to have to compose with Iran somehow. Because the vulnerability of the Gulf as a whole, now it's, everybody can see it. So return to the status quo ante, out of the question. It's too early to tell where it's going. But the Strait of Hormuz is the holy grail of the whole equation.
Yeah, agree.
No question about it. Everything revolves about Hormuz. And the cards, once again, are over there. They are not in Mar-a-Lago.
Pepe, absolute pleasure as always. I'm going to have
My pleasure. This was helpful for our viewers. And maybe we're going to have some action in a few hours.
I'm going to be streaming now. I'm going to be streaming for 5 hours.
Streaming, okay.
Yeah, I've got Wilkerson joining now any second. And then I've got Aaron Mate. Dimitri, do you know Dimitri Laskaris? He was just in Iran. He'll be coming on in 2 hours.
Of course, I'm going to be on his show next week. He was in the Strait of Hormuz.
He's crazy. He's crazy.
No, but these guys are they invited me for this trip. But I said, look, I had this was a trip with a few journalists. Yeah. There is that Iraqi American guy is very cool, Ahmad. He's a really cool guy. We met last year in Iran. But for this trip, I think there were only 4 or 5. But they went everywhere. It was amazing. Amazing. And the fact that they took the boat and went to that was an absolute killer. Yeah,
that was great.
Good, very good, excellent.
Absolute pleasure. Thank you as always, Pepe. Thank you so much for your time.
My pleasure. Cheers, man. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, my friend. So everyone, we've got Colonel.
This is the new Alter Ego Crescent bag. Soft, luxurious, supple. She's crafted with leathers left over.
Here we are, just days into April 2026, and the entire narrative that Washington has been force-feeding the world is collapsing in real time, right before our eyes on live television. You've got U.S. President Donald Trump just last week puffing out his chest on CBS News, standing at his golf club in Doral, Florida, and telling the American people that Iran was very complete, pretty much. He said, and I quote, "Their missiles are down to a scatter." He bragged that Iran had no navy, no communications, no air force left. He actually stood there and claimed the war was over because, in his words, there was practically nothing left to target. But then, like clockwork, just hours ago, the script flipped. Hard.
There are new developments tonight in the war with Iran. Sources tonight saying U.S. intelligence has determined that Iran maintains significant missile launching capability.
U.S. intelligence reports indicate that nearly 50% of Iran's missile launchers and kamikaze drones remain operational, despite weeks of U.S. and Israeli strikes.
Our exclusive new reporting indicates that despite nearly 5 weeks of war, Iran retains significant missile capabilities.
CNN, citing multiple U.S. intelligence sources, dropped a bombshell assessment that completely shredded the White House's victory lap. According to the latest U.S. intelligence estimates, their own spies, mind you, roughly half of Iran's missile launchers are still fully intact and operational, not a scatter half. And we're not talking about rusty old artillery pieces here. We are talking about thousands of one-way attack drones still sitting in their launch boxes, plus a massive inventory of coastal cruise missiles that are very much alive and ready to strike. And just when you thought the humiliation for the Pentagon couldn't get any worse, Iranian state media drops the hammer. In the last 24 hours, Iranian air defense systems successfully engaged and downed an American F-15 fighter jet. The wreckage is real. It's on video. The footage circulating on Iranian news channels and Telegram shows the mangled fuselage of a U.S. Air Force F-15E Strike Eagle, specifically from the 494th Fighter Squadron, according to analysts, smoldering on the ground with massive pieces of debris being paraded for the cameras. The Iranian military has released these visuals to the world, completely debunking the pathetic cover-up attempts from CENTCOM. You see, the U.S. Central Command rushed to their social media accounts with their usual talking points, calling the reports a disinformation campaign and a baseless rumor. They claimed all U.S. fighter aircraft are accounted for, and that they've flown over 8,000 combat sorties without a loss. But the footage doesn't lie. The serial numbers visible on the wreckage don't lie. We are witnessing the collapse of CENTCOM's credibility in real time. They have lied about casualty counts. They have lied about the efficacy of their bombing campaigns.
Imagine if you could turn any idea in your mind into a perfect, realistic photo. No Photoshop skills.
And now they are lying about losing multi-million-dollar aircraft to an air defense system they claimed was destroyed. This is a massive escalation, a massive headache for Trump, and it proves that the Iranian military is far from finished. So, before we dive deeper into the engineering marvels that make Iran's missile cities invincible, I need you to do something for me. Hit that like button, share this video with everyone who needs to see the truth, and drop a comment. Just a dot, a flag, or your thoughts on this downed F-15. And if you value honest journalism that doesn't read from the Pentagon script, Smash that subscribe button right now. Let's get into the real story they don't want you to hear. Let's talk numbers, because the math simply does not add up for the war machine. The Pentagon keeps boasting about Operation Epic Fury, with U.S. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth and General Dan Kane holding press conferences claiming they've struck over 11,000 targets inside Iran in just the last 30 days. 11,000 targets. That sounds devastating on paper. It sounds like the entire country has been turned to glass. But here's the reality check that the mainstream media refuses to highlight. Despite those 11,000 strikes, despite the B-52 bomber missions, despite the thousands of Tomahawk cruise missiles fired, over 850 of them already, raising concerns in Washington that the arsenal is running dry, the U.S. intelligence community can only confirm that they have destroyed roughly 1/3 of Iran's missile arsenal. Let that sink in. They are blowing up everything in sight, and their own best estimate is that 2/3 of the threat is still standing. How is that possible? Because as Reuters and other outlets have reported, significant portions of Iran's missile infrastructure remain inaccessible. You can't destroy what you can't find, and you can't find what is buried under hundreds of meters of solid rock. This isn't just a warehouse full of rockets. This is a national strategy built on geology. And what about the Israeli contribution to this farce? Oh, they've been busy too, flying their F-35s across sovereign borders, supposedly targeting the heart of Iran's military power. But if you actually look at the damage assessment coming out of Tehran and the surrounding provinces, it's almost comical. The vaunted Israeli Air Force, the most advanced in the region, has struck over 100,000 targets according to some estimates. And what do they have to show for it? They blew up the Pasteur Institute, a century-old medical research center that was a cornerstone of Iran's healthcare system and vaccine production. They destroyed the B-1 bridge in Karaj, the tallest bridge in the Middle East, a civilian commuter structure that has no military value whatsoever. They've hit airports, fuel depots, steel plants, and even universities. This isn't a war on the Iranian military. This is a war on the Iranian people. They are bombing pharmaceutical facilities while claiming they want to liberate the population. It's sickening. It's a terror campaign designed to break the spirit of a nation. And it is failing miserably because the actual military assets, the missiles, the launchers, the command centers, are sitting in a place where neither the F-35 nor the B-2 can reach them. As a journalist who has studied military engineering and geology for years, I need to explain to you why Donald Trump's threats to use the mother of all bombs are nothing more than political theater. There has been a lot of argument on X and in the defense press about the U.S. dropping the GBU-43B Moab on these underground facilities. But here's the technical reality. The Moab is the wrong tool for the job. Now, it is an airburst thermobaric bomb. It is designed to explode in the air, creating a massive pressure wave that flattens everything on the surface. It destroys forests. It collapses buildings. But against a mountain, it is useless. If you dropped 100 Moabs on the Zagros Mountains, all you would do is cause a few landslides. You would never breach the internal tunnel systems. The U.S. has a bunker buster called the GBU-57 Massive Ordnance Penetrator, MOP. It weighs 30,000 pounds and is designed specifically for deep targets. But even the mighty MOP has limits. Engineers estimate it can penetrate about 60 meters of reinforced concrete or roughly 40 meters of hard granite. That is impressive, but it is not enough. Why isn't it enough? Because the Iranian military, specifically their engineering corps, didn't just dig a hole in the ground. They built a civilization inside the rock. I want you to imagine the engineering wisdom of the ancient Persians, the architects of Persepolis and the masters of the Qanat underground canal system, applied to 21st century warfare. That is what we are dealing with here. The Iranian missile cities are not simply bunkers. They are subterranean networks, often spanning hundreds of kilometers, carved deep into the flanks of the Zagros and Alborz mountain ranges. We are talking about depths ranging from 300 meters to an astounding 700 meters beneath the surface. At those depths, the pressure from the surrounding rock alone would crush a normal tunnel. But these are engineered arches, utilizing the natural strength of the mountain to distribute the weight of the earth.
No wires at all. Let me show you real quick. This is my dash cam. No cables anywhere. I can take it right out of the car and it still runs. Why? Because it's 100% wireless. You only have to charge it about once a month. It records in 1080p HD with automatic date and timestamps. It comes with a front camera plus a rear camera, just like I showed you. Fully wireless, 4 cameras in one. And yep, it has night vision too. So whether you're running into the store or leaving your car parked outside overnight, it's still recording everything.
Earth above. Inside these mountains, the Iranians have built internal rail systems. I'm not talking about toy trains. We are talking about heavy rail lines that move ballistic missiles like the Shahab-3 and the Khaibar-Shikan on flatbed cars from storage vaults to hidden launch hatches. Think of it like a subway system for rockets. These tunnels are wide enough to accommodate massive trucks, mobile launchers, and command centers. They are dug into the hardest geological formations available, granite and dolomite. The entrances are strategically placed in narrow valleys, making them incredibly difficult for satellites to spot. Even if you spot the entrance, what are you going to do? If you bomb the entrance, then a front-end loader digs it out in a few hours. If you try to collapse the tunnel with a MOAB, you fail because the bomb detonates on the outside of the mountain, not inside. These facilities are designed with redundant blast doors, ventilation shafts that zigzag to dissipate shock waves, and massive air pockets that absorb the energy of a conventional explosion. And here's the detail that keeps Pentagon planners up at night. There are hundreds of these missile cities. Iranian military commanders have openly stated that there are few cities in Iran that do not have a missile depot underneath them. Our missile cities are 500 meters underground, one commander said, adding, "The number of our missile cities is so high that if they are detected, they will not be able to confront them." We are talking about a distributed network of survival. Even if the US military somehow managed to drop a nuclear warhead, which they won't, because that would start a global catastrophe, the mountainous terrain and depth of these bunkers would likely protect the assets inside. This is why, despite a month of intense bombing, Iran continues to launch retaliatory strikes. They still have the capability. And as long as those mountains stand, Donald Trump is powerless to stop them. The headache for the White House isn't just political anymore, it's geological. And you cannot bomb physics. We will continue to follow these developments as they unfold, so subscribe and stay tuned.
Allahu Akbar! Allahu Akbar! Allahu
Iran ignored the so-called 48-hour ceasefire drama that Trump had requested through a mediator, but Tehran responded in writing, instead choosing to respond directly on the battlefield by continuing to intensify its strikes. Iranian weapons power is increasing day by day. Hajj Qasem, Khaibar Shekin and Qatar missiles were launched this morning on April 4th in a large-scale, multi-domain operation by IRGC Navy and Air Force in Wave 95 dedicated to the children and journalists killed in Gaza. The military released footage showing ballistic missile launches during the wave as part of Operation True Promise 4. Targeting numerous enemy positions across West Asia and the occupied Palestinian territories, IRGC announced. The targets hit and destroyed, announced directly by Iranian Revolutionary Guards, first targeted American sites and equipment in Kuwait, what Iranian television described as Kuwaiti Bubayan Island teeming with drones and missiles. A few days ago, Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps destroyed 7 American amphibious assault ships in the port of Shuwaik, which were intended to conduct a land landing from Bubayan Island into Iranian territory, but the plan was thwarted. From there, U.S. ground forces launched M142 HIMARS missile systems to bombard Iranian territory. Due to geolocation tracking and public footage, Iran destroyed a HIMARS battery in this wave. Furthermore, Iranian drones traveled long enough to strike CH-47 Chinook helicopter directly in their forward positions at an airbase Camp Buehring, Kuwait. In northern Bahrain, U.S. Patriot system operator site was reportedly hit during the Iranian wave. Reports indicate Patriot interceptors frequently failed their missions, a tragic incident in which Patriot debris even hit a densely populated residential area in Manama. Meanwhile, in UAE, Iran targeted a gathering point for senior U.S. military commanders and advisors, and a building of the U.S. multinational technology company, Oracle, in Dubai. UAE authorities acknowledged the incident, although amidst censorship, they quickly stated that the damage was caused by interception debris, and not a direct Iranian attack. Additionally, a merchant ship affiliated with Zionist regime, MCS Ishika, sailing under a third-party flag, was struck by an IRGC naval projectile in Khalifa bin Salman Port, Bahrain. At the same time, locations in occupied Palestine were subjected to heavy and sustained attacks, hitting points in Tel Aviv, Bnei Brak, Petah Tikva, Ramat Gan, and Kiryat Shmona. Footage showed a multiple warhead missile streaking across the sky toward its target in Tel Aviv, sending a plume of smoke billowing into the city. Israeli media reported that material damage and vehicle fires occurred after fragmentation missiles landed at 7 locations. As experts noted, the US and Israel have not suffered such a severe blow since World War II. This wave is ongoing, and Iran will continue to report on the offensive operations, while warning of pressure on oil and fuel prices.
Hey everybody, welcome to the Daniel Davis Deep Dive Intel Brief, where we give you the best of what we learned this week and the best of what's happening in the last 24 hours. And we have breaking news. Actually, forget about 24 hours. Just minutes ago, President Trump has reiterated his ultimatum. He writes here, literally just minutes ago, remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out, 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them. And then weirdly, glory be to God. I don't know why God's going to be glorified by blowing up somebody in Iran, but nevertheless, that's what he wrote. And listen, if you're unclear on this, let me just kind of give you a real quick recap of what happened. This is on March 26th. This is when he issued the original one. He said, as per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve as a represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th, 2026 at 8 p.m. Eastern Time. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by fake news media and others, they're going very well. Obviously, there was no truth to that part of it. There were no talks at all, and much less were they going well. Now, this leads to some very disturbing this is disturbing on top of other things that have been going on. For example, yesterday, there was a release of, these days, the tail number of virtually every aircraft in the air, and there's a lot of them, are being shown here. And this is one of the, this is from Flight Radar here, where they track a lot of the military planes, and these are primarily C-5s, C-17 transport planes. And this, along with some other ones, showed that over the last 24 hours or so, there had been a significant spike in numbers of aircraft loaded with something, military aircraft heading to either the Middle East or to some of our European stations, where, of course, many of our operations are being based out of. So there's lots of evidence going on there. There was also a report in the American media just yesterday that there were significant and long-term talks going on in the White House with Pentagon leaders about what to do next. And obviously at the center of that was that a lot of our aircraft had been shot down. In fact, I think we had certainly the most in this war in a single day that had been shot down. And actually, let me just show you that, because this all tails in together here. This is just yesterday. An F-15 was destroyed, shot down. An A-10 Warthog was destroyed. Another A-10 apparently was damaged. The CH-47 was destroyed on the ground. I'll show you that in just a second. An F-16 was damaged, but was able to return to base. Two HH-60, those are Black Hawk helicopters, were damaged and had to return to base. An F-16 Squawk 7700, by the way, that's basically, they had a kind of like a 911 call in space because they got injured or something. It's like a mayday signal. They were able to return to base. A KC-135 also was attacked, returned to base, and another MQ-9 destroyed. And now then we have all that in one day. And so then if you're talking about doing anything on the ground, and this, by the way, this might be an MQ. It's unclear what this is. It's being claimed that this was an Iranian, one of the Iranians that got one of our ships. I can't tell for sure what that is. It could be one of our drones. I'm not clear, but that's what it's being claimed to being. There's lots of videos floating around there, some real, some not. We can't tell, but what we do know for sure, because it's actually been confirmed in American press, is that a number of our aircraft were hit, which tells us that one of the things that we told you early in this war is apparently turning out to be true. This is something that that I wrote. I think this was published even before. Yes, you see, this is February 20th. You may recall that I showed you this was the air defense systems that we knew about, but there was the consideration and the concern that these were the ones that were visible that we knew about, but that there were underground bunkers that the Iranians would then, if we came and destroyed in any certain location, then the Iranians would then later on, at a time of their choosing, pull them out and pull up new ones. So when you may be thinking that a certain area has been cleared, they just had the facilities underground, and as soon as whatever they chose the date and time and the purpose, those things would come back out. So now then you get into a situation to where you think a certain corridor has been cleared, and now then you're flying with impunity into it, and all of a sudden it ain't. And that's what it looked like here. So now then you have, and we've been talking about this for a while, there's been the evidence growing that there could be a ground incursion. There was a second squadron of A-10 fighters that were sent, ground attack support aircraft, helicopters, Apaches, also close air support for ground troops. From reports I've seen here just last night, there's members of the 82nd Airborne, 10th Mountain Division, elements of the, I think the 18th Airborne Corps has been seen. Certainly the Marines from the 11th and the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, some Army Rangers, the Special Forces, all kinds of ground troop has been going in. More has been deployed or put on deployment orders to show up too, and they're already flowing in. We don't know. Some of those C-5, C-17s could well have been more ground troops going on. I myself had deployed in C-17s in the past, so I know certainly how that part works. So we don't know, but that could be a lot of ground troops that were heading over there as well. And there was reports that, in fact, actually a friend of the show here, Jim Webb, who will probably be on the show next week, by the way, said that he posted on X yesterday. This was last night. I just heard from a source very close to the White House that following today's shoot down of an F-15, an A-10, and successful hits on multiple helicopters and other aircraft, the White House is choosing further escalation. This is yesterday, including U.S. troops on the ground. And he continues on, this would be madness. And obviously we certainly agree with that too. But now that President Trump has chosen just moments ago to reiterate this statement that he made back on March 26th, that all hell is going to break loose on the 6th. It's not coincidentally probably the day after Easter. I mean, he said, I gave them 10 days to make a deal or open up. They didn't. Time is running out, 48 hours, and all hell will rain down. The question is going to be, what does that mean? What does it look like? And now, one of the things that, just based on the pieces, and I don't have any insider information to anything that may have been discussed in these conversations, so I'll just tell you that right off the bat. This is just my analysis based on what we can see and what has been flowing in and what has been publicly claimed. What I think may be going on and what I worry is going on is that President Trump may be thinking, okay, what we've been doing is not working. And so what we're going to have to do is step this up a little bit. You can't just go in on the ground. You can't just go in and take Harga Island. You can't just take some of these other little smaller islands that are in the middle of the strait. That by itself won't do anything. I think that he may say, we've got to do something big, something splashy, and something really, really devastating. All hell breaking loose is the phrase he just used. That doesn't sound like we're going to send in some Marines and try to take an island. That sounds like something more complex. And given that we just lost a lot of aircraft, it's not uncommon for the side that loses those aircraft to say, all right, I'm going to punish you guys for having taken, especially the fact that we still to this day have not retrieved one of our two pilots that were in that F-15 that were taken down. We got one of them, haven't gotten the second one, and there's a big manhunt on. The Iranians have put out a massive reward, a bounty on the guy. So they got civilians everywhere combing the hills. I saw some scenes on from Iranian TV where they show literally farmers and everybody else just scouring the countryside around there looking for this pilot. We're trying to find him as well to try to get him before they do. So that's a big miss. So that's going on the one hand. But now then there's this anger that's certainly among the Air Force and the Army Air Corps. They may say, okay, you guys are going to pay for what you did. So it could be that we're saying we're going to do something on the ground simultaneous with a big air strike as well, something much bigger than before. And one wonders if President Trump may think, all right, we're going to try another one of those big Moabs, mother of all bombs. You may have heard he dropped that in Afghanistan during his first term. It's just massive, massive conventional bomb. The problem with that, though, is that requires, and I think it's minimum of a B-2, B-52 type aircraft, and all it can do is drop it because it's so heavy. It's not a missile. You can't fire it. You have to drop it, which means you have to be over the target, which means you have to have the airspace cleared off. And therein lies another risk that you may be thinking, yeah, we're going to have this massive bomb on who knows what, because it could literally be on anything. He may take it into Tehran and say, okay, well, I mean, he just hit a bridge here. Maybe he's going to go to the parliament building or some other symbol of the Iranian power and just literally devastate it and wipe it out. Who knows? But that's something that would be very Trumpian. So in conjunction with what's going on the ground, he may start this other air campaign with maybe long-range missiles, whether JASSMs, Tomahawk cruise missiles, air-launched missiles, and maybe a Moab somewhere to have all kinds of confusion. At the same time, then they're going to send in troops on whatever the target may have been. And I won't speculate on which because there's too many options, but whatever it is, you would have a lot of air power coming in. You would have A-10s, you would have the Apaches and other kinds of attack aircraft that would start attacking any known or suspected enemy air defense systems. It's called SEAD, Suppress Enemy Air Defense Operation, which would be necessary for any ground operation. And so they would just be hammering the area within tactical range of any of the air defense systems so that helicopters then would have a chance to get in unmolested. That would be the idea. So something really, really big could be coming in. And it seems that President Trump making this statement here, reiterating something of the past. This doesn't feel like it's going to be one of those where, you know, he has the old taco thing that they talk about where it was like some of the others. Remember, he had a 48-hour deadline, and then he had a 5-day deadline, and then he had a 10-day deadline. None of those happened. He kept it before the thing was over. He kept making new announcements. This one, though, he's dusted off one of the old announcements and bring it out. And very specifically, again, mentions April 6th, which is Monday. And of course, don't hold him to the time clock on that. That'd be Monday night our time, which would be Tuesday morning in the region. I guess it could happen. It would seem kind of silly to literally telegraph exactly when an attack is coming, but who knows what's going to happen. I doubt he'll do something tonight our time, because then that would be Easter. And I think that a lot of people are going to say, hey, you know, let's don't ruin the holiday. So let's wait till afterwards. And I would imagine that there'll be a lot of praying going on among our forces at that time. And I doubt seriously we would do that. So I think like Sunday night, our time, Monday morning, local time, any time from that time forward is going to be a danger zone. So I'm very concerned about it because, and I mentioned that issue about the potential drop for a Moab, which Joe Kent mentioned to me in a text here long is something that he said that could be what the dropping holy hell could mean on top of them. I'm considered a little bit worried about that because this is published by here Laura Rosen talking about a former pilot, James Fallows, on U.S. military aircraft over Iran. So much is going wrong so catastrophically on so many fronts that it's hard to find a point of traction. Now, it just doesn't seem like it would be a rational thing to do the day after you suffer the biggest one-day loss of aircraft in the war so far, implying that the Iranians may have some new type of aircraft, anti-aircraft capabilities. There's some passive IR kinds of things which apparently are hard for us to intercept, and that's at least reportedly what's led to these aircraft being knocked down. So if you have discovered that the enemy may have some new way to take your aircraft out that you're not prepared to defend against right now, or that you don't even understand fully, it wouldn't seem like a really good idea, like within 48 hours later, to launch a massive air assault that you could be flying even more aircraft into the ground and getting more shot down. And you think you're going to be running a Moab somewhere. If that's the case, you have a relatively slow moving big aircraft that is a big target that, of course, everyone will be looking for. You can just take it to the bank that either and or the Russians and Chinese will be watching the airspace, and they will be signaling everything.
Trash, waste, junk, scrap.
To the Iranian side. So if that's the case, they'll know it's coming and they'll have a pretty good idea where it's headed based on its trajectory. And they'll be vectoring any kind of air defense they can. And just imagine, as bad as this one was right here with the F-15 and the A-10 getting taken down and the Blackhawks getting hit and the KC-135 getting wounded. If you knock down a B-52 or B-2 bomber and that thing doesn't hit the target and then it does crash, and of course you would have this massive, massive explosion on the ground, not just the loss of the people. I mean, that would really, really have the exact opposite effect as what the president was hoping. Instead of having this big bomb dropped on them that would bomb them back into the Stone Age. That's another reason why I think this Moab might be something in the offing here, because he used that phrase, bomb them back into the Stone Age. Well, just a regular, bombs that we've been dropping, whether it's a Tomahawk or whatever, they blow up, but nothing's going to bomb anybody to the Stone Age. So that implies that he's going to do something either massively with some of these conventional weapons, or that he's going to have a Moab and get that big bomb back to the Stone Age explosion, because it is just a massive, massive thing. It's not an exaggeration. So one worries that President Trump may do that, and of course it's going to be at risk getting shot down unless we are really, really sure that wherever the target is someplace that we have very high confidence that we can keep it safe, because failure there would have a high cost indeed. And in fact, I mentioned here about the loss of the aircraft we've already had. These are some of the ones that were again just from yesterday. There was also, in addition to the H-860, that's Blackhawks that were wounded. We also had a CH-47, one of the aircraft that would be necessary to ferry any troops to any ground operations, should we try to do that. You can get about between 20 to 24 combat-loaded troops inside one of these. This was hit by a drone on the tarmac. And yet again, you have this issue that we can't seem to keep our folks safe here. That's a big problem. Now, I want to go to some of the other issues here of the day here. One of the things that President Trump has said in his State of the Union, in that address to the nation on Wednesday, was that we had completely obliterated all their air defense capabilities, all of them, he said. Well, that's not the first time he said that. As a matter of fact, on March 11th, he said this.
They are pretty much at the end of the line. Doesn't mean we're going to end it immediately, but they've got no Navy, they've got no Air Force, they've got no anti-air traffic, anything. They have no systems of control. We're just riding free range over that country. And now we're going to look very strongly at the Straits. The Straits are in great shape. We've knocked out all of their boats. They have some missiles, but not very many. I think we're in very good shape.
Mint is still $15 a month for premium wireless. And if you haven't made the switch yet, here are 15 reasons why you should. 1, it's $15 a month. 2, seriously, it's $15 a month. 3, no big contracts. That's actually an elaboration on point 2, but it counts. 4, I use it. 5, my mom uses it. 6, you can bring your own phone if you want. 7, also your number. Bring that too. 8, are you playing me off? That's what's happening, right? Okay, is this my commercial?
Yeah, they have some missiles, but not very many, and we have free reign over. You saw Secretary Hexeth say that a bunch of time with that kind of quirky arm signal. We have free reign, and we'll just hover over. And of course, we're losing all the MQ-9s even up to that point, and now we're losing lots of other stuff. Not quite the free reign, and of course, all of that can't help but just undercut the credibility of the President of the United States, of the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, because they keep making these claims that you can spin things all day long on a post or in front of a television camera, but you can't spin away the physical capability where our aircraft, operating on the assumption that what you said is true, are getting shot down like what you're seeing on the screen right there. And now that we see more and more of those happen. Some of them got hit but didn't get taken out of the sky, but they had to limp back to base, which means that the skies are most definitely not open. So where do we go from here? Well, listen, the problem is also in what we are targeting, what we are hitting, because the idea is President Trump, you see his frustration building, that he is frustrated that all of this death and destruction he's been raining down, and all these targets we've attacked, all these ships that we've blown up, airplanes that we've blown up on their tarmacs on their side here, has not caused them to capitulate, which is what he wanted. He wanted the assassination of the Ayatollah to knock them out of the war right at the beginning. He wanted a nice, quick, clean, easy victory that he could tout and move on from there, look like a big war hero. That didn't happen. So then he says, all right, we'll just have this relentless bombing campaign, and that'll cause him to do it. Well, that didn't either. Well, now then, since Wednesday, he's upped the ante again. And so he started attacking civilian targets. You saw that bridge in Tehran that we showed you yesterday, but they're also expanding to universities.
They belong to the Stone Age for attacking institutions of science. A civilized country, a civilized government, never targets institutions of knowledge, laboratories, or research centers. During the 12-Day War, they first assassinated our professors. But they saw that assassinating professors did not achieve their goals. Now, they have begun targeting and destroying scientific infrastructure. I have said before that destroying buildings does not destroy the structure of science in Iran. The structure of science in Iran is rooted deep in history. They will certainly become disappointed and will fail in this objective. Scientific development in Iran will not stop. Iran's scientific capacity is limitless. It depends on its students, on Iranian talent, and on Iranian creativity and intelligence, which are inexhaustible.
Now, the selection of targets is as important as the effects that they're intended to create. On the one hand, you want a military target to degrade their capacity to resist, so they can't fight, knocking out an air defense system, for example. Or you want it to have a morale effect, that the taking of a certain thing out will dampen their will to fight and to make them more interested in giving up. If you select the wrong targets, however, you could accelerate their capacity, and especially, and that's in wartime, in many respects, more important than the physical is the emotional and the psychological. And if you steal their resolve and make them more likely to resist, then even if the bomb hits its target and blows up and takes something away, it has actually added something to the other side and demeaned our side. And all of the psychological aspects of war are not limited to the battlefield or even to the direct participants themselves, but to the wider audience that's sitting around looking at this from a distance. And that they're taking a look at the United States. And number one, I've been talking about this. We've already undercut our image as being this despite the words that come out of Trump's mouth on a nearly daily basis, we are not the most powerful military on the history of the planet. I've been telling you this for years, that no matter what either Biden before him or Trump now says, self-evidently that's not the case. We are a powerful country. Nobody underestimates that. But to say that we're the most powerful is a double problem, because number one, people see that we're not, that there are others out there now who are very much as powerful, and in some categories more powerful, substantially more. I would argue that China is more powerful in the missile and the defense industrial base capacity than Russia is. Definitely more power on the land-based portion of that. And we are a very, very small land power. We're spread to the four winds of the globe. Our Navy is spread to the four seas. You see what I'm saying? That we have a lot of power, but it's thin and it's spread out a lot of ways. That's just in a general term here. But then there's also the morale of war. And one of the things that has always kept America great in the eyes of the world and in the eyes of ourselves is in the moral component, that we have at least rhetorically stood for something that's noble and high. And we've at least rhetorically said we want to follow the laws of war. We want to hold other countries accountable to doing, quote, the right thing, etc. I know. We have always been imperfect in doing it. Sometimes those were just words to sabotage and cover over some pretty heinous things. Even in that bad scenario, though, there was at least the attempt to try and do it. And there were many times we did succeed. Even despite some of the darker impulses, the light did rise through many times. And it was to the benefit of many around the world. But now then, I was about to say we're in danger of losing all that. But according to this, two friends of our shows that were on together yesterday, you had Ambassador Chaz Freeman and Glenn Deason on his show. And according to Ambassador Freeman, he thinks it's now past tense.
Clearly, the 5-century-long European domination of the world is over. Clearly, the Pax Americana is dead. Clearly, NATO is moribund, in the process of dying. The Atlantic Alliance doesn't work. Donald Trump imagines that the purpose of NATO was to provide cannon fodder in support of American adventures abroad. Europeans have seen it correctly as a defensive alliance against external attack, but it is performing neither role now, and it's on the way out. We see European countries, starting with Spain, where you now are, deliberately denying the use of bases and airspace to the United States in support of our aggression against Iran. Now we have the French, who don't have American bases on their territory, denying the use of their airspace. I gather Austria did that, although it's not a member of NATO. It's still relevant fairly early on. We see the unraveling of the mutuality, the common values, interests, and commitments that made the NATO alliance so successful.
And it's hard to overestimate how important all those things you just said is, because power without morality turns into something dark that others around the world will conspire against out of fear that they may be the next target. If you have power that is even rhetorically benevolent and it seeks the good, now obviously those on the backside of that that are the target of that will never see it as good, but at least those that are neutral or your allies will see it as something positive and beneficial. Right now, our allies don't know what in the world we're doing. There's all kinds of problems with them too. We can talk about that. But those that are neutral around the world are starting to fear us with increasing fear. And our allies or our enemies and our adversaries already did. But now then you're adding a lot more to it and giving a lot more people wanting to back off from the United States. And that's not going to be good. That's something that's the medium and longer term problem too. But we've got some near term problems right now. Those are things that we're going to have to deal with as the fallout of this stuff goes on, whatever may be coming in 48 hours. But let's look at what's happening right now. The big issue right now we have is the Strait of Hormuz. Now, just like we underestimated the issue with the air defense, we've also underestimated how our missiles that have been hitting have been affected here. This is in the New York Times here. It says Iran is quickly rebuilding missile bunkers. Now, we've talked about that a lot. You may recall this. This is one of about 27. This is a artist rendering of what those things look like. And we even in this graphic here, you can see this shows when the U.S. hits it. That's what It just scratches the surface. And now then this report here is putting some fundamentals and some facts underneath it. It says Iranian operatives have been digging out underground missile bunkers and silos struck by the American and Israeli bombs, returning them to operations hours after an attack, according to U.S. intel reports. Iran has also retained a significant amount of its missiles and mobile launchers. That is one of the key things, because we keep saying, and I think President Trump did in that the clip that Gary showed you earlier, even back in the early March, so almost a month ago, he was saying, we've taken that stuff out. They have hardly anything, just a few missiles left, and he's continued to reach.
Revolutionary salute to Regina for the donation to the war chest. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate the love, Queen. Salute.
Repeat that. That was back in March, but he's been saying it throughout, even earlier this month already. And yet, intel reports confirmed that's not the case. We've been able to confirm that that's not the case. This is the intel brief, and that's why we're bringing this stuff to you from our open source scouring of the information out there right now, and we can confirm it. Now, just imagine those on the inside. They have been telling the president this and providing a lot more clarity than we can from the outside here. But yet, he's acting and saying words that one would imagine anyway that his mind cognitively knows is not accurate. And look, it's one thing if you want to put a positive spin on something and say, well, he can't tell the public everything he knows. Fair enough. The president's not supposed to just literally just, be a gusher and tell everything he knows, and you don't have any classified information at all. So that's certainly not even appropriate. But what is also not appropriate, and in fact harmful, is to know that X is true and then say that X is untrue, or to know that Y is true and say Y isn't true, and this is not true, and then take action on it. Now, if you're just trying to deceive your people, that could be bad. But if you're trying to deceive your people and you're taking actions that the knowledge that you possess shows is unlikely to work, you have an even bigger problem here. Because now then, whatever firepower we have, whether it's with a Moab, a Tomahawk, some of these JASSMs, many of the other long-range weapons that we have, those are all profound. And you see when they blow up, Tehran has been just pummeled and just hit with so many things. There's no question about that. But if you don't accomplish anything with it, and now then you're starting to get your aircraft shot down, and now with information that their air defense is actually a lot more robust than we thought, and by the way, it is still not perfect. This is not to imply that suddenly the whole airspace is off, because there are still thousands of sorties that have gone on inside Iranian airspace and come back without any problem. So it's not like it's great, but now it is viable. And there is the risk of losing something. If you start massing soldiers here, and especially if they're bringing out new stuff, then you could be putting them at risk too. 4 taken out in one day, and then 6, I think it was, or 7, I think, that were damaged in one form or another in a single day. That's a big red flag, and that would make you say, let's hang on here until we figure this out. But instead, it seems like President Trump has said, let's accelerate where we're going. And then that gets us back again to the Strait of Hormuz, because this is the linchpin of everything. Because if we can't compel compliance by either forcing the Iranian government to willingly open the thing up and to release its grip, or we can't militarily force it open, then we have lost this war. Again, it makes no difference how many bombs you have, how much higher technological you are, how many aircraft carriers you have, how many of their boats you've sank. None of that matters if you can't compel compliance on the one thing that matters above everything to the entire global economy, and that is the oil flow through the Strait of Hormuz, which now remains firmly in control of the Iranian side, no matter what we've done. This is day 36, I think, of the war. And one would reasonably ask, if it was an easy thing, then why after 36 days has it still not been done? Has no real attempt even been made to compel compliance, other than just dropping a bunch of bombs on stuff, which hasn't worked at all. In fact, we've seen more defiance out of the Iranian side. So that's having a negative effect so far. Well, if you listen to General Jack Keane, you would think that, no, this is something that can be done here. And in fact, he says it must be done.
But the reality is they're in control, and we cannot let that stand. That is the issue. Not that they would open it up, it's the fact that they are in control. And that would be a strategic victory for them, because then they're impacting our allies and partners in the region. They're controlling when do they shut it down. They could shut it down again and interfere with things when things aren't exactly going their way. That cannot happen, in my view. What we have to do is open it up ourselves, and we have the capability to do that. There are well thought out plans to do that.
So you've seen these plans?
I understand in a general sense what it is. And those plans, the people in charge of them have a lot of confidence in doing it because they play war games and the like to do this sort of thing. We think we can absolutely accomplish that mission. And then at some point, we would pass it to allies and partners for them to continue to do it. We may have to give them a couple of assets that we have that uniquely that they may not have. But nonetheless, this is a very doable, and we certainly cannot leave Iran in control where they shut that down and open it up at will.
So we can't. Let me rephrase that. We don't want them to have that power, which we shoved into their hands by choosing this war of choice, which should never have been selected. It was never needed. There was no imminent threat. There was no threat at all, imminent or otherwise. Completely and totally made up. By all accounts, this is something that Benjamin Netanyahu lusted after, and we know he has since 1986 because he has said so repeatedly since that time. We know that he was with President Trump like every other month. I think that's a literal number prior to the outbreak of this war since Trump came back into office the second time. So, yeah, I'm pretty sure that that's where it came. Joe Kent resigned as the number 2 person at the Office of the Director of National Intelligence, specifically because of that fact. So I think the evidence is pretty strong that that's the case here. But when Jack Keane now says this is actually easy, we can definitely do this. Okay, let's take a look. This is the Strait of Hormuz traffic. And so you see this as the 27th February. I think that was the last full day before the war started. The next day on the 28th, and then you see there on 1 March, it starts rather precipitously dropping off until you see now there's a little bit of life at the end of that line there up through, this is through the 2nd of April on the far right-hand side of that. And that's because Iran is making deals with individual countries like France, like Russia, like China, to be able to get some of their tankers out. Sanctions have been relieved by the United States to get some of the Iranian tankers out, so they're making money hand over fist while we're still bombing them, etc. But you see that the strait is only opened up to those handful that the Iranians have given permission to. So one might reasonably ask, if it's so simple, why that line there? Why do I see, General, this almost like a flat line, like a patient who's died in a hospital? Why do I see that? If it's that simple that you'll then later hand it off. But then you hear his statement there and you hear the fear in it, at least I do, that we can't let this happen. We cannot let this go on. We can't have a negotiated settlement that ends where they say, okay, yeah, we'll let the traffic flow, but leave them in charge of it. That's what he says. That's why I worry about this statement by President Trump this morning that all hell's about to break loose, because he may say, you agree, we cannot allow that to happen. We can't just have a negotiated settlement that gets the strait opened up, but leaves them in charge, because what are we going to do next? Because any time that they may want to in the future, that limits our ability to influence them. That limits our ability to have another war of choice, because they could just do it again, and then we're being right back in this same spot. That could lead to desperation thinking, and that may lead you to say, well, I know what, we'll hit them with this big bomb and then make all hell break loose physically. We'll also send a bunch of air power in all at one time, bunch of bombs, bunch of missiles, and we'll take something on the ground that will show them who's boss here, and we'll tell them we'll do something else. Well, look, bears repeating again. This is the geography of Iran, and you can see from the geography of Iraq right next to it that it's a virtual pasture that you can just drive tanks right up through from the Kuwait in the south all the way up to Baghdad, which was easy. I was part of a battle group that traversed part of that in 1991. And you can see that anybody who has any fantasies about doing anything, let's just say that you do something on the coastline down there in the bottom, in the Persian Gulf, in the Strait, or in the Gulf of Oman to the south of that. Where are you going to go? Look at all that in the middle. All that in the middle, the dark red area there with the peaks that it shows a little bit of snow on them, apparently, because they're very high. anything that you would do on the coastline almost doesn't matter because you can't penetrate any of that stuff. And by the way, a majority of their missiles are beyond the range that you can get to on the coast. So if you masterfully succeeded and just brilliantly conducted a ground operation and took anything, whether it's an island, whether, as Patrick Henningsen suggested, it's actually a naval base in the Gulf of Oman portion, or Harg Island, anything else, and you totally succeeded. And then what? Do you think that that's going to change this chart? It's not, because this chart is not like it is because of the possession of a few islands. Iran's not on those islands that's, holding a gun at a ship coming through there. That's not how they have blown up some ships already to show that they have the capacity to destroy anything that doesn't get permission before it goes through there. Those things are like, there's speedboats. There's the anti-ship missiles, which most of them are still in their bunkers. They haven't even brought those out. There's allegedly 3,000 of those things, and most of them are still fully intact. There are, by reports, between either 12 or 19, depending on which report you want to look at, submarines. None of them have been taken out. They're all still there. They also have the ability to launch what they call underwater missiles, in addition to something that may come out of a submarine. Of course, there's the mines, the sea mines that could be employed. And some of those, by the way, if you say, but they took out the mine layers, the United States and Israel did, so they don't even have those anymore. That's true, we did, but that's not the only way Iran can do mines. They actually have what's called a distant mining method with long-range artillery where they can fire them from a distance. So they don't even need the boats, but there are still other ways that they could do it on top of that, to include some submersibles, as I understand. But that's just that. Then, of course, you have the bigger issue of the missiles. Long-range missiles, short-range missiles, and then the drones, of course. And those are the most damaging, because some of those can be navigable and can be directed on target. So there are so many ways that Iran can say, hey, fine, you took some piece of the terrain here. More on that in a second. But so what? That's not what we need to close this. In fact, none of the stuff on there is really why the thing has been closed in the first place, and it won't be the reason afterwards. And that's if you succeed, but you may not succeed because they're ready for this. And I've talked to a number of experts who know the Iranian side, and at least two separate ones have suggested that Iran may not interdict the initial landing force. They may let them all land and all get on the ground wherever the target turns out to be, and then turn on their version of holy hell falling on. Because once you get on the ground there, especially in Harg Island where it's very flat, and some of these other places where there's just nothing to hide behind, it's not like we have any bunkers. You can't bring bunkers with you, so you're going to be at the mercy of whatever you can find on the ground. And then Iran will be just unloading everything they can, because they have several classes of drones that they can bring in. They have rocket artillery. Some of these places, depending on where the landing would be, are in range of regular artillery. And then, of course, there's all the missiles that we've talked about. So it could be turned into a nightmare, a living nightmare, to where either all those troops are held hostage, as one of our guests said this past week, meaning that you either get them out of there or we'll systematically kill them all or capture them. But it's going to do us no good at all. So I worry that out of anger, President Trump may say, man, I'm going to do something big. I'm going to show them, divorced from any kind of strategy or military reality. Even though I've just showed you and laid out all these reasons why this would fail and why it wouldn't succeed, and may not even tactically succeed. But even if it did, it still results in no change in this. And everything comes down to that. That's where we are. We'll wait and see what's going to happen. Let's take a look at what some of our other guests have said this week, because I think that it's really, really important. And it shows that there's a lot more to it, even than the Strait of Hormuz, and what is America's interest and where this is going. Larry Johnson was one of the first ones, is that he says, I think that we're making ourselves, kind of echoing what Ambassador Freeman said, we're making ourselves less relevant on the world stage.
We are on a path making ourselves less relevant to the world. We've gotten away because of the central role of the petrodollar, and because so many of these countries in the past were willing to buy our treasury bills. We've been able to be on a spending spree unlike anything in history. But now, just in the past 3 weeks, Turkey has got some significant economic problems. They're selling off their gold stocks, but they're also selling off their treasury bills. China, selling off its treasury bills. So the economic effect on this in the United States is going to further fuel inflation and at the same time recession. So we're going to have that stagflation that you and I both remember from the 70s, back when we were youngsters. So we haven't seen something like that in over 53 years. So that's what awaits us on the horizon. And the image of the United States is this, economic juggernaut. We'll be that juggernaut that's run aground on some reefs or shoals and taking on water. You're going to see the shifts. I mean, when it comes to economic survival, the survival instinct kicks in just like it does to someone who's drowning in water. You don't worry about, well, that was my friend there, I'm going to save them. Most people say, well, forget the friend, I got to save myself. So South Korea will start saving itself. Japan will start saving itself, and that's going to mean they're going to turn to and develop closer relationships with Russia
and with China, and all these other folks will be working together. And again, I keep going back to that graphic. That strait stays closed, the price of oil stays high, and everything continues to compound against us. And especially if we do something on the ground this here sometime between now and Monday, those trends that he identified there are only going to get worse. One other thing one of our guests this week said that has direct relevance to what apparently President Trump is trying to accomplish is trying to get the Iranian side to surrender and to give in. We had Nima Al-Horshid, who used to live in Iran and was in Iran during some of these protests, said, yeah, don't be counting on that.
Mostly people in Iran, because of the attacks that are happening, the people are leaning toward, the continuation of the war, because they know Donald Trump said something so, I would say, stupid about, hitting Iran and then bringing them back to the Stone Age. This doesn't work. This is not the way that you communicate with the Iranian people, with the Iranian culture. You see the repercussion of that, and all the Iranian people getting, backing the IRGC and Iranian army to fight back as long as possible. I think, Colonel, what is happening, the underestimation on the part of the Trump administration is just mind-boggling. I don't know what to call it, because they say they destroyed everything. And we've seen Iranian missiles hitting one of the main factories of, these drones in Israel. Today, the capabilities of Iranian ballistic missiles are not something to be ignored by the President of the United States, but he tries to picture the situation as though he's going to end the conflict. He's going to have the final, say in this conflict. That's not the case on the part of Iranians. They say we will end the conflict the way we want this conflict to end, this war to end.
Yeah, and the evidence suggests that if you're listening to what the Iranians are saying, if you're listening to what the Americans and the Israelis are saying, and then you look on the ground to see what is true, who is actually, whatever these words are saying, which one most closely aligns to what we can observe and see on the ground, what we can observe and see in the markets, that sounds to me a lot like that the Iranian side is probably on target. They can probably do what they ask. And remember, I told you even before this war started and every day since practically that the objectives of the two sides are astronomically different and much, much more difficult for the Americans. All the Iranians have to do is survive. All they have to do is absorb all these bombs to continue to maintain its viability as a state and the viability as a military, and they will win. They will outlast us. Meanwhile, the United States has to completely accomplish its objectives. We have to open the Strait of Hormuz, first and foremost. We have to basically either denude or cause to submit the government. We have to take out its missile capacity, which is nearly impossible, as I've showed you with those underground bunkers. And we have to take out its ability to control with its IRGC and everything else, that strait. I mean, the physical control of it, all the things I've just mentioned. That is a near impossibility, and yet that's the standard. So what we have said then is the Iranians, they just have to survive and be viable, but we have to do so much more. It doesn't matter that the spreadsheet shows the balance of power off the charts in our favor. It only matters what that balance of power can do on the ground, and therein is our just possibly fatal flaw. And look, let me show you right here. This is the current Brent oil price for actual cargo soars to 141. Its highest level since the 2008 financial crisis. That's different than what you may see if you Google what is the current Brent price. I think it's maybe 112 or something like that. That's for futures, and it's a really complicated system. I'm not completely sure even I understand all of it. But the price it's actually paid at the tanker where they fill up, basically. This is right now to $141 a barrel, which is the highest level since then. Believe me, President Trump is aware of that, and the Iranians are definitely aware of that as well. And what they are saying is, all we got to do is just survive a number of more months. And see, now I think even in their mind, they're saying this isn't something like what the Ukrainians are doing, where they're at 4 years now, rolling into the 5th year, and who knows how long that could go on. Now, to be fair, the Iranian side has a lot of allies that can continue to send it stuff, give it money, and everything else. And it's a lot harder for the Iranian side, but not impossible, because there are those who are giving them, especially sustenance, things that they need. And of course, a lot of the reports are that both China and Russia are given targeting intelligence and that kind of thing, maybe even some physical components. We don't even know for sure what's being unloaded in some of those containers that are landing. But so they're getting less, but they don't have to survive years. They probably only have to survive about 6 months. You can't have that number I just showed you go up in the coming days. And if whatever President Trump has said this time, if that doesn't result in some material change, then when those markets open up Monday, that number's headed north. And then that means all of President Trump's political problems and everything else are also headed north. A lot of things that he talked about there. And in fact, one of our other guests this week, Robert Barnes, talked about some of the problems inside America that this war has also exacerbated.
Trump's ship is going down. That is a guarantee. The only question is, will the whole country go down with him? How many members of the military will go down with him? How many members of the cabinet will go down with him? Credit to Joe Kent for taking the noble and courageous stand he did. But it was also well-timed, because there's no way people like Kent would want to have anything to do with this disastrous war, not only from a geopolitical perspective, an economic perspective, and domestic political perspective, though it is all three of those, but just morally horrific perspective, to be bragging about trying to destroy a people, a community, and a country. And of course, last but not least, it ain't going to work. This is the Persians. They've been there 6,000 plus years. As their parliament of the speakers said yesterday, that, we've been through this before. We've been here a long time. You want to meet the whole family? Come on in. And it's clear that's what they're waiting for and eager to do, to prove that the Persians are going nowhere, that they're like the Russians. A Russian once told me, Barnes, we would rather eat dirt than surrender. Trump thinks if he escalates the threats, that they will just capitulate, that they're like that local store owner that keeps being told, if you don't pay the skim, we're going to come in and beat the heck out of you, and then we're going to beat the heck out of your family, and then we're going to burn your whole building down. And that store owner's like, you don't understand who I am. I don't care if you do that. As long as I'm living, I'm fighting. And so Trump has refused to recognize this. He deluded himself into believing something that was a vile fantasy from the inception and origination. And he's not going to get any deal done. He knows he's not going to get any deal done. Our intelligence community, as has been publicly reported, told him this week there is no chance of such a deal being done by this regime, and there's no chance this regime collapses. That means he needs to go. He needs to exit with some honor, let J.D. Vance run the negotiations, pull our troops out now, and ultimately agree to something that's on Iran's terms. Otherwise, the world will burn. But one thing is for sure, Trump was prescient when he said when he dies, he ain't going to heaven.
And on the eve of Easter Sunday, that's a little more than poignant. But to reinforce what Mr. Barnes said there, here yesterday is the foreign minister for Iran, not exactly kowtowing under fear to what President Trump is asking.
Silence in the face of such blatant aggression will plunge the world into an unprecedented level of danger and chaos. Humanity has come too far as a species to allow a lawless bully to take us back to the law of the jungle. The Islamic Republic of Iran calls on the Security Council to convene an emergency session to unequivocally condemn the criminal act of aggression by the United States against Iran and to hold the administration in Washington accountable for its violations of fundamental principles of United Nations Charter and of norms of international law.
So we had the data in there of April 23rd, 2026. That's not a future projection. We're not that good. But that was yesterday. But what that shows you unequivocally is that the Iranian side is not doing what President Trump, remember, that's 35 days of war up to that point. Everything that we've done, all these things that we have destroyed, and they keep rattling them off at the Pentagon or at CENTCOM headquarters. They keep talking about all these, whatever, 12,500 strikes that we've done, and all these ships we've sunk, planes we've burned, facilities we've destroyed, etc. And that is the result here. And that is as predictable as the sun coming up in the morning. We've been telling you about that. I know people on President Trump's staff have been telling him about that. And yet, even when what they say turns out to be the case, it's why Joe Kent left, he keeps going forward. And now then, it looks like in a fit of rage and anger about losing some planes, instead of doing the logical thing and say, let's don't triple down on failure, let's do something different. It looks like he's going to quadruple down on failure, based on that comment that he made at the start of this show that we said just minutes before we came on air, and all the combat power that continues to flow into the region. It looks like something bad is going to happen within those 48 hours. I think that probably something inside that 48 hours is going to happen. My personal guess is, let's look to, by the time the sun's getting ready to go down here on Sunday, just start looking to the horizon, because everything is possible from that point forward. My hope is that nothing happens and you wake up Monday morning and you come to the Daniel Davis Deep Dive to get your update for the day. And we're going to be talking about, what happened in the war yesterday, and then give you an update and give you some analysis about what may be happening next. And, another day in the war, as opposed to we're having to report that, this massive attack has happened, because I can project a little bit, I think pretty confidently, into the future there, that that report will not be good for our side. It will probably include a lot of body bags for the American side. It will not result in anything of any operational, much less strategic value for our side. And so one hopes, especially as we're heading into the holy day of Easter for tomorrow, that maybe the prayers of the saints can be lifted up, and that some of them will have an impact on the president, that he'll realize that whatever his pride may be saying, the reality on the ground says do something different and change course. There's no good.
Was a lie. And Iran just shut down an American fighter jets. And notice I said fighter jets. Captured the pilot, one of them, the other one was rescued. And the Pentagon is trying to hide it. And this is what I'm going to do in this live stream. I want to provide you a full picture with some documentation and some other clips to highlight to you where things are. Because when you look at $100 million jet is now smoldering wreckage inside Iran, somewhere in the center of the country. Of course, that's going to beg the question. And question about what? Is about Russia and China. What have they learned from it? And that's exactly what's going to be hunting now the US for decades regarding the air power. So this is what I'm going to be addressing for you in this particular live stream. So make sure, like always, stay with me till the end. And I truly, truly appreciate your support. So here's the thing. There are now confirmed and unconfirmed reports. And I'm talking from my end right here in the US. The Pentagon finally came to admit a fighter jet was down or was struck or was targeted. You know how the language is going to be. What's interesting about the Pentagon didn't disclose exactly the F-35. How they say, no, just fighter jet. And the fighter jets is the F-15, which is true to a degree. But there are the stories that have not been told regarding more than just one fighter jet. And I'm going to share a clip with you in Arabic. I'll do the translation for you to show you the detail of it. I'm not going to play it in its entirety, just what you need to understand. And this is exactly where the IRGC, because when the U.S. search and rescue was underway, the IRGC already claimed, and it did not claim, it was proved through documentation, that it has downed a U.S. fighter jets over central Iran. And that is where this conflicting reports come in, especially it's going to be on part of the Pentagon, because that's a big deal if now it turns out to be that these mighty fighter jets are being downed. Because what the conflicting reports will be about whether it was F-35s or it was an F-15. There's two different stories. If we're talking about F-35s, that's a really major issue. Even if we are talking about the F-15 Eagle, it's still a major issue because those are considered, this is the 5th generations of the fighter jets. But if they are down, that changed the game altogether. And this is exactly, here is what happened. I'm going to take you back to March 19th. What happened in March 19th? An F-35 was previously damaged by an Iranian ground fire during a combat mission. The aircraft, even though it was damaged, made an emergency landing at a U.S. base in the region. If I am to guess, it will be probably either Bahrain or Qatar, with the pilot suffering shrapnel wounds. And that was the first combat-related emergency landing for an F-35. That was just one. It was another incident of an F-35, which was not reported on, to my knowledge. And this is exactly where we're gonna do. I'm gonna do the first one, the clip about the modern air defense systems in Iran. That's why that's what the IRGC shut down the F-35 fighter jets. So let's take a listen at the first one here. Then I'll do the translation for you, and we'll just go from there. And I'll give credit to Al Arabi News or Al Arabi Akhbar. Give them credit for that. All right, let's take a listen here, and I'll do a translation. I'm not. It's short anyway.
الثورية الإيرانية عن إسقاط مقاتلة أمريكية من طراز F-35 وسط إيران. وسائل الإعلام الإيرانية نشرت.
Here is what I'm going to do. I'm going to just silence this, and I'll do the translation as I play it because it makes more sense that way. We will now turn to the Iranian IRGC events announcements of the downing of an American F-35 fighter jets in central Iran. This is again what we are looking at here. Iranian media outlets have published images of what they claimed are parts of an aircraft wreckage. As we can see on the screen, the IRGC stated that the targeting was carried out using advanced air defense systems belonging to the Aerospace Force. This is the second time Iran has announced the downing of an advanced F-35 fighter jets in U.S. Central Command airspace. They have not commented on the first incident, but have not yet commented on the second. These are the images that Iranian media outlets reported and published, claiming they show parts of the wreckage of this aircraft. I return to you again, Hazim, commenting on the IRGC announcements of downing of this F-35 is not the first time, and there is still no information about the current situation. Let us get back to the details, Hazim. The announcements came this morning in two separate statements. The first statement was issued by a spokesperson from the Khatam al-Anbiya headquarters of the Iranian Armed Forces, and the second by the IRGC. Both statements are identical and indicating that the targeting took place in Markazi province in central Iran, and that the explosion of or attack on the F-35 did not allow the pilot to eject, thus determining his fate. It remains unknown, but according to two statements, it most likely did not survive. The images we see are pictures circulated by the IRGC and the Iranian Armed Forces, who said they are of the wreckage of this aircraft, which also belonged to the British Royal Air Force base, according to some writing on the parts of the fighter's tail, according to the statements of the IRGC and the Iranian armed forces. This is the second time Sonia pointed, that the IRGC has announced the targeting of 35 jets within 12 hours. The first fighter yesterday was announced to have been shot down over Kashim Island, and the IRGC said in its statement that it's crashed in the waters of the Persian Gulf near Hingam Island. It plunged into the depth of the Gulf waters. Indeed, there are no further details available at this moment. However, throughout the 5 weeks of the Israeli-American aggression against Iran, the IRGC and armed forces have announced on multiple occasions that they successfully targeted various types of fighter jets, including F-35, F-16s, and F-15s, and others. The armed forces stated that these engagements resulted in damage to the aircraft in question. Yet, this marks the first time that the armed forces have publicly released images of the wreckage of one of these fighter jets. We await a potential comment from the U.S. Central Command, particularly given that it is issued statements regarding yesterday's incident, asserting that these reports were untrue. I'm going to stop right here just to highlight to you the one sentence that I want you to pay attention to, and I'm going to show in another clip the wreckage. Because here is the thing: when the individual for the channel or the news outlet was describing, he said, "Yet this marks the first time the armed forces of Iran, that is, have publicly released images of the wreckage of one of these fighter jets." It did not say the wreckage of the F-35 or the F-16 or the F-15. I just want you to be aware of this. And this is, again, by the way, let me just put this on the record. The incident, the targeting of this, which was done through the development of an indigenous systems in Iran, and I'll show you a clip for it. It just coincided with what the Chinese engineers have shared with Iran. You know what they shared with Iran? They shared a trick on how to shoot down F-35 fighter jets just days before Iran strikes. So I'm going to share the article with you in the chat box, so this way you can read the information yourself later on. It's in Arabic. All you need to do is look at for a way of how to translate it, and it should work for you. Okay, now let me share one particular clip here. And once again, I give credit to Al Arabi news outlet. So I thank them for that. The second clip that I share with you, and it's just a picture here, it has to do with, pardon me, the U.S. commando forces infiltrate Iran following the downing of the F-15 Strike Eagle. Okay, let's take a listen here. And again, I'm not playing the entire clip. I'm gonna play just the first literally 2.5 minutes of it. So this way you'll have an idea of what is going on. Okay, let me move this one here so we keep things in perspective here. And again, let me make sure that you can at least
قوات الكوماندوز الأمريكية اخترقت الأجواء والأراضي الإيرانية.
So I'm gonna silence it here, but I'll do the translate. I don't know if you guys can hear me. Can you guys hear me, right? Yeah, please give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. I want to make sure. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Aurel. Appreciate it. So here's the translation for these first 2 minutes. Peace be upon you. U.S. Special Forces have penetrated Iranian airspace and territory following an incident in which Iran successfully shut down an American combat aircraft. Full details regarding this event began to emerge yesterday evening, specifically during the final hour of the night. The Tasnim news agency reported that Iran has succeeded in downing a combat jet through, though Iranian military and official sources were initially uncertain as to the aircraft's true origin, whether it belonged to the US or Israel. However, the Iranian side subsequently released this video clip, which clearly depicts an aircraft that appears to have sustained a strike to its rear tail section. The aircraft is seen attempting to deploy flares or decoy flares, to be more precise, in an effort to evade and counter any defensive systems that might be targeting it. It is evident that the aircraft was engaged in a high-intensity evasive maneuver at that time. Tasnim news agency initially stated that the incident took place near Qishm Island. However, details later shifted, and debris, specifically shrapnels from an American combat aircraft, suddenly surfaced elsewhere. The sheer volume of debris recovered strongly suggests that a complete aircraft has indeed crashed. Authorities also showcased a large crater at the site, providing irrefutable evidence that a combat aircraft has crashed there, creating the impact crater and subsequently crashing or catching fire. Furthermore, upon closely examining the nature of this aircraft debris, specifically this particular fragment, we observe that it is an exact match for the tail structure of an F-15 Strike Eagle fighter jet. In other words, if one were to place this specific piece of debris against the corresponding section of the F-15's rear tail assembly, the fit will be perfect, leaving absolutely no doubt that the aircraft involved was in fact an F-15. Other fragments have confirmed their consistency with the nature of this tail section. Indeed, and this is a crucial point, when we refer to the tail, we note that in the video footage we viewed moments ago, the impact occurred precisely at this specific location. This lends strong credence to the conclusion that this particular fragment is in fact linked to the aircraft currently under discussion. Focusing on the F-15 aircraft, specifically its insignia, we observe that it belongs to the US Air Forces in Europe. We are referring here to the F-15E Strike Eagle Panthers, a fifth generation aircraft primarily stationed with the 492nd Fighter Squadron at Lakenheath Air Force in the United Kingdom, which means basically United Kingdom is now part of it, specifically in Eastern England. All these details have been independently confirmed by the war zone. Consequently, this marked the very first instance in history where Iran has successfully struck and shut down a manned combat aircraft. While Iran has previously struck aircraft, it has never before succeeded in downing a fighter jet, excluding, of course, unmanned aerial vehicles. The critical issue for the United States in this situation is that the aircraft's two-person crew, the pilot and the co-pilot, have completely vanished. They successfully ejected from the aircraft. The pilot's ejection seat, clearly visible at the scene, indicated that he had landed at that specific spot before attempting to survive and flee through a particular sector of the desert, where, as is evident, he subsequently collapsed. These circumstances and the details surrounding them prompted Iranian state TV to repeatedly broadcast an offer of a reward to anyone who could capture the pilots and co-pilots and hand them over to the Iranian authorities. These developments, in turn, immediately triggered a direct response from the US, specifically involving HC-130J Combat King II aircraft. This aircraft bear a striking resemblance to the MC-130J Commando a specialized platform dedicated to special operations that transport special forces personnel and execute critical missions such as those involving Delta Force. While visually similar to the Commando 2nd and the HC-130J, is specifically tasked with conducting rescue operations, precisely the type of mission at hand, the recovery of downed air crew. I'm going to stop right here, because I want to just do the first. The reason I want, once again, is to highlight to you and show you. Let me put this back up because I need to give credit to this particular entity. And this one is Qanat At-Taghyer, which is translated for a change channel. I just want to give them a credit, of course. Now, again, what the US officials are actually confirming today is the downing of at least one or possibly two combat aircraft. But the aircraft type is disputed. Once again, from experience, I can tell you that the Pentagon will do whatever it can to push the narrative by not confirming it was an F-35 till it becomes evident, or let's say the Chinese or the Russian satellites picks up the pictures of really that shows F-35. Then in that case, the US will have no other choice but to confirm that it was F-35s. And this is exactly where, because on April 3rd, which was yesterday, the US Air Force confirmed the loss of F-15 Eagle Strike from the fighter squadron that belongs in the UK, which means automatically now put the UK as part of the war against Iran. And Axios, right here in the US, confirmed the loss and reported a combat search and rescue mission. It's underway because the ejection of the pilot. The other confirmation that I got from a US official, doesn't want to reveal the name, disclosed to NPR that a second combat plane with only one crew member was shot down near the Strait of Hormuz, and that crew member has been rescued, which I confirm. That pilot has been rescued. And this is, again, where this back and forth between, is it F-35, is it F-15? No. What the Pentagon wants to do, it wants to cherry pick the truth. In other words, to give only few pieces about the F-15, but not the F-35. When in reality, the claim ought to be about two F-35s. That's what I want you to understand here. There are two different, this is significant. And I'll tell you in a second how Iran was able to do this. This is the F-15 Eagle, and this is the F-35. One picture I want to show you is during the chase. Now, what I cannot confirm, whether this was an US fighter jet or an Israeli fighter jet. And if it is the US, could it be because it was coming from a UK Air Force base? I don't know. And I can just say when I do not know for sure. So here is the bottom to this, before I'll do a brief analysis about this and move into the next clip. The US has confirmed now the loss of at least one, possibly two aircraft today, meaning yesterday, that's when this was, which is significant concession. And this is where the US is going to be playing trick, is that the confirmed aircraft types appear to be an F-15, but not an F-35. And you don't know why, because many countries want to buy the F-35. So damn expensive. And this is why the framing of this. Now, whether Iran is playing with words, whatever, it's war. What do you expect? But at the same time, if we are to say, well, Iran is playing with word with this, what about the Pentagon's lack of confirmation? How would you categorize that? No matter what, F-15 or F-35, this is still an extraordinary, serious development either way. Confirmed combat losses of manned US aircraft over Iran with a crew member and accounted for? Let just that sink in. And this leads me to talk about the strategic significance of it as part of this analysis. Because now what you are looking at, the stealth penetration challenges, because we were thinking, oh, we can just take over the skies in Iran. Not anymore. Because if Iran, which is not if, Iran has successfully now targeted the F-35. This will be significant. And this is not just my opinion. We're talking about defense experts, people with knowledge that spent decades in this domain. And it's not necessarily because it means that the stealth has become obsolete. No. It's just because it shows and demonstrates that even an F-35 is not invulnerable in a dense adaptive air defense environment. That's what it means. Then you have the other risk, which is the pilot captured. I can confirm for the second pilot whether he's been captured or not. They are looking for him in central Iran, to the point that the government has issued a reward for whomever turned him in. One word I got this morning, but I can confirm it, I'll share it with you, is that some locals in certain villages got their hand on the pilot. But again, I repeat, just for the record, I cannot confirm it yet. It's what I read this morning and what are the info that I get this morning, and I will check it out for you as we move forward. Now, let me play a second clip for you. It's very short. And why is this important? It is important to understand what Iran has. That's some of it not been disclosed before. I just need you to see this one. Let me share the clip. Again, I'll play, I'm not going to play it. I'll silence it, but I'll do the translation. And I'll give credit to Al Arabi Television or Arabi TV station. Let me share it here. And again, it's written in Arabic. And this is, I believe, a major general or lieutenant general. My apologies, I couldn't remember. Liwat. That's his assessments here. Okay, let me just start it, and I'll do the translation for you.
الصواريخ الإيرانية موزعة على 31 محافظة ولذلك
Basically, what he's saying, intelligence reports indicate that Iranian missiles are dispersed across 31 provinces. Consequently, the capabilities of the US and Israel are insufficient to neutralize these assets. Furthermore, many of the workshops manufacturing these missiles are situated deep beneath mountain ranges. While it is to be expected that some of these systems will inevitably be neutralized or destroyed, it is absolutely inconceivable that the United States could succeed in destroying this entire arsenal within mere 20 days of active operations. In addition, and echoing a point you previously raised regarding the use of launch platforms, we now observe that the pace of missile launches differs significantly from previous patterns, including those seen during the True Promise 1 and the True Promise 2 operations, as well as the 12-day war. This new tempo involves launching missiles in small batches at frequent intervals, thereby subjecting the Israeli adversary to a high degree of attrition and disrupting the Israeli economy. Moreover, the process of replenishing these assets is likely ongoing during wartime. Nations typically mobilize their full potential to the absolute maximum to serve the objectives of the conflict and the broader war effort. As a result, this is entirely natural. Replenishment is likely taking place while the rate of replacement may be lower than the rate of attrition. It remains sufficient to sustain a war of attrition over the long term. While numerous factors govern this Iranian capability, and while a U.S. strategy of gradual erosion may indeed prove effective in the future, the reality on the ground, as evidenced by the continued missile launches and operational dynamics, speaks for itself. It constructively demonstrates that the American narrative along with the various statements and claims emanating from the United States, is exaggerated, and that the portrayal of the successes and victories alleged achieved by the US forces is grossly inflated. That's exactly what he is saying. So I'm going to stop it right there because I did the translation for you. And once again, I give credit to Al Arabiya TV, or Al Arabi TV station, that is. Very interesting coming from, and again, when you hear statements coming from a high-ranking general, it begs the question for us to listen. And this is, again, where this uncertainty about what's going on, F-35s, F-15s, F-16s, and so forth. For the last incidents that took place yesterday, is that the fate of the pilot remain unknown. Now, to my knowledge, one has been rescued, the other wasn't. Because F-15, if we go with the F-15, F-15 is a two-person crew to fly it. Second thing is the U.S. military has not officially confirmed the shutdown. Of course, we will not. It's a big blow to the F-35s. F-15 will be okay, but F-35s is big blow. And that's why Central Command has previously dismissed multiple IRGC claims as of April 2nd, only to come later and confirm it. Yes, one plane was shut down. On the other hand, well, I read a report by a weapons analyst, and this guy used to work as a contractor for the Department of Defense. And he notes that the debris appears consistent with an F-15 Eagle, not an F-35. Well, yeah, which is true. But to conclusively dismiss that F-35 has not been targeted is a lie. So the bottom line to this is that the significant development here confirmed the combat loss of the U.S. manned aircraft over Iran. And this in itself is the first confirmed combat loss in decades, especially for a plane like that. Because remember, I'm going to take you back to 1999. U.S. hasn't had a manned combat aircraft shut down over hostile territory in a really significant long time. The last time that happened, it was in Europe, in Kosovo, 1999, when an F-117 stealth jet was downed by Serbia. Think about the psychological and strategic weight of that alone was enormous. Same arguments I can make about the F-35 right now, and F-15 and F-16s for that matter. And because why? Because it shatters now this invulnerabilities of the U.S. narrative about its supremacy in the fighter jets. The U.S. air dominance doctrine rests partly on the assumption that the American jets, especially the stealth platforms, operate in a near impunity. They can be down, they can be whatever. Not anymore. And this is why defense experts, and again, this is not just my opinion, people with knowledge, expertise rather, and a long domain of understanding this technology. Because now they are all confirming that F-35 is not invulnerable. Not anymore. Not anymore. Because Iran just demonstrated that it can track, it can target, and it can destroy this frontline U.S. combat aircrafts. Yeah, that notion is gone. Not anymore. And again, the opinion of defense experts with years, if not decades, of experience. And that is a capability, in my opinion, that most analysts concur, believe that Iran, at that time, the beginning of the war, there is no way Iran can execute something like that. No, it can. Especially once, and I'm going to mention a little bit about, as I move forward, about the Iran new defense system. This is not China. This is not Russia. Let's just put that aside. We're talking about indigenous, homemade. It's like the missiles technology. Yeah, there was cooperation with the Russians, the Chinese, and the North Koreans. But after all, Iran did the work. Where I see the big challenge to this now, what's going on with this F-35 and F-15s, is that the intelligence windfall that's going to be. You know, why do you think it's important for government to rush into recovering the wreckage? Because that's where the technology is. So a wreckage on an Iranian soil right now is a massive intelligence prize. I can tell you just one real life story, what happened in Abbottabad when the UBL was targeted, and what happened to that the helicopter that we had to blow it up. But the wreckage of it was turned over from Pakistan to Chinese right away. And that's exactly what is going on here. We're talking about now an access by Russians, by the Chinese, by the North Korean, and of course Iranian, will almost, I guarantee you this, certainly get access to the debris, those three countries, Russia, China, and North Korea. Why? We're looking at avionics. We're looking at radar absorbing material. We're looking at electronic warfare systems. We're looking at the engine components. And this will accelerate now this country's air defenses and weapon developments by years. That's what it is. The other worst scenario is going to be for the pilot. And the reason I want to mention the pilot is because I want to take you back to 1960. And I'll tell you why in a second here. And this is why, so far, and again, I couldn't confirm for the second one, the Iranian government linked source claimed that the US pilot may have been captured. That's exactly what I found out this morning before I came on air with you here. But I am yet to confirm it. With armed tribesmen in certain tribes, because that's how a part of Iran is, and villages actively searching the mountain areas, and a reward has been offered for his capture. But I cannot confirm that he has been captured yet. Because why? A captured American pilot will be an enormous geopolitical lever for Iran. And that brings me back to 1960. Why 1960? It's because of this picture right here. This is the U2's pipeline. And who was piloting this? None other than Captain Powers at that time. Okay? When you think about something like this, because 1960 U2 incident, which, by the way, see that black plane? That's an SF-71. I have it over there. That came after this U2. But that one was built on this technology that was on U2 spy plane. And here's what happened. The incident in 1960, when the USSR captured, at that time, Francis Powers. That's the guy on the picture. He was a captain at the time for the CIA working, and used it to humiliate the US globally. He was convicted and sentenced to 3 years of imprisonment and 7 years of hard labor. He would only serve, as a matter of fact, he died by now, of course, for those who do not know. He only served 1 year. To my knowledge, 1 year and 9 months, if you look at the records inside the government, before he was exchanged for the capture of a Soviet spy by the name of Rudolf Abel in February 1962. That's why Iran looking for this pilot. There is a reason for that. And that's important. It's important to understand. And there's the last thing I want to mention about the strategic broader implication to this. Allied now, US allies are rattled right now, especially when you consider the UK. Well, UK has always been wishy-washy anyway. Despite what Starmer's saying, oh, well, that's America's war. You're a liar. It's not America's war. You're going to do it against your will. You support America because America is the master of the UK when it comes down to these matters. And I'm telling you from experience here, despite what you hear. So the UK, Lake Heath, airbase in particular will face now enormous domestic political pressure. Because why? The Iranian ambassador in London said Tehran was considering whether to strike British bases in retaliation. What do you think? In your opinion, should Iran target UK bases from where these planes, especially the F-15 Eagle, took off? What do you think? Yes or no in the chat box if you can leave a response there. And I'll take a look at it later on. And that's, again, one of the most strategic implications. Of course, this one now complicates the escalation calculus for the US. It's because the Pentagon, as we do in this live, they are now behind closed doors meeting inside the fourth floor or seventh floor of the Pentagon, talking about exactly now the risks US pilots are facing if they are shut down or captured. And that in itself raises now not only the political cost, but also the military one regarding these operations. And this will push the US now towards maybe we need to consider a ceasefire. Whether Iran's going to agree to that or not, I don't know at this point. One thing that I know for a fact, setting aside F-35 or F-15, if we surpass that argument, was it F-35, was it F-15, beside the point. What Iran demonstrated now, as of yesterday, is that it's going to reach into active US air operations, doesn't matter where the location, and destroy the frontline combat aircraft. And it can also, if it's possible, to capture the crew. And of course, broadcast it to the rest of the world. Remember, like I always say, in international relations, context matters. That picture the rest of the world is seeing. It's exactly what happened with Powers, who died, by the way, I think in 1977, if I'm not mistaken. The image that the Russians displaying him captured in uniform and so forth, the optics of it, and that in itself, what Iran in this situation, what I just shared with you about the capturing of the crew, the destruction of the frontline aircraft, combat aircraft, and so forth. This fundamentally changes how every military planner, and we're talking about not just within the Iranian theater, we're talking from Beijing to Moscow to Pyongyang to Tehran to whatever other locations that you can think of. They are now thinking about confronting American air power. Because now Iran demonstrated that is feasible. It is one of the most significant single military event involving US forces now in the last 25 years. That's to me the important now. Let me share another clip here for you because I need you to see within the context of what we're talking about. And once again, there are certain information is not coming out by design. By design. And I do my best to bring you information from different. What you're going to be looking at, oh, you're already looking at it right there. That's the Iranian drone are traversing now considerable distances to strike CH-47 helicopter right on the nose. Where was this? It was in Kuwait. Yeah, not been disclosed. And by the way, this was a post by Will Shriver. I just want to give credit where credit is due. I just wanted to share this with you as we move forward. If the truth matters to you, hit like, subscribe, and tap that bell. No spin, no agenda, just the stories they don't want you to know. So don't watch from the sideline. Be part of the movement. Your support keeps the truth alive. Thank you very much. I'm going to share one more clip. There are no translation, nothing, just for you to see. And you'll reach your own conclusions.
sunk and destroyed.
Why I wanted to share this with you? And the reason I wanted to share this with you, it's because, at least to my knowledge, for the F-15 wasn't hit directly. F-15, what happened to it towards the end, the tail, it was the explosion of the missile behind. It's exactly the same setting. That's why I wanted to share this with you. So here's my conclusion for you. What happened over Iran yesterday isn't just some sort of a military story. Oh, no. It's a turning point. Because what you're going to be noticing now for decades to come, and also for what happened for the past few decades, especially for the past few decades, we projected this image of absolute air dominance, except against the Chinese and the Russians. And that's why the Russians went ahead and developed the Su-57, and the Chinese went ahead and developed, I believe, I think I still have the J-10C. But the Chinese have certain mechanism to defend against those. And Iran now has proved that it could. Because what this air dominance the US was projecting for the last few decades, flying this most advanced fighter jets, the most expensive, the most sophisticated ever built, this image now has took a serious damage as of yesterday. A frontline American aircraft, whether it's an F-15 or an F-35, once again, that Iran was able to track, to destroy. And of course, all this happens during a time when Washington is dismissing Iran as a second-tier military power. But at the same time, when you have your fighter jets being down, your pilots are missing. A wreckage is on the Iranian soil. Russia and China watching, and North Korea watching from a distance and taking notes. And the world right now is really quietly recalculating what American power actually means in 2026. So this is not just about just one jet or two or three. It is about the $1 trillion defense budget that America spent building at the expense of the taxpayers, claiming this air superiority since the Cold War was over. But now the rules of modern warfare may have just changed now forever. Let me show just, I think, three pictures I want to show you here, just to put this in perspective. No, we already saw the U-22. I want to show you the Bavar. The Bavar system. This is the Bavar 373, which is an Iranian long-range surface-to-air missile system. There it is. This is an Iranian. This is not a Chinese. This is not Russian. Iran is able to defend. As a matter of fact, once again, what we do not know is that there are Air Force bases underground for Iran. Maybe one day I'll do live about it. Here is what the IRGC just developed. It's called the IRGC Multi-UI Fajr radar. Take a look. This is an Iranian built. What's interesting about this, and by the way, this radar has a range of about 300 kilometers. You know what's interesting about this? This radar was developed since the war started. Very interesting dynamics. And also gives me an idea. The Chinese have something similar to this, but much bigger. Much bigger. And the last thing is that Iran is in possession of the Russian S-300 systems. Of course, the S-300 and the Russians is the most powerful defensive system that Iran has in its arsenal. And of course, it is, I think, in the process of acquiring the S-400, the S-400, but the S-500, I don't know any country has got it yet. Russia has developed one, which is very far advanced into that. And that is what I'm going to do. As I said, I will do a live for you next week. I'll verify.
Danny, thanks for having me. It's always an honor and a pleasure to be on the show. And I'm alive. How the hell are you?
I am also alive, and it is what a time to be alive, because we are still going over this historic war of aggression on Iran waged by the United States and Israel. Let's get started, Mark, with this. Everyone hit the like button as you come on. Let's get started with, of course, now there's a manhunt for what the U.S. says is the remaining pilot missing from the two of the struck down F-15 fighter jet that happened within the last 24 hours. Mark, Iran is saying that the fighter jet's other pilot that is claimed to be rescued actually has not been rescued, and that is propaganda. But I wanted to pull up the terrible day, what Iran is calling Black Friday, because it wasn't just the F-15E Strike Eagle that was downed. There was also the A-10C. Iran is reporting an incredibly large number of other aircraft in an F-16 over Iraq, an F-16 that was poorly damaged and had to be downed as well. So 4 fighter jets and a bunch of other support aircraft over the last 24 hours. Mark, here is let's just begin with this Fox News report. CENTCOM is silent about this, by the way. There is no tweets. They like to tweet. Nothing's ever happened. They have not tweeted anything.
Now, the last thing I heard from CENTCOM was that all of their aircraft are accounted for.
It's all accounted
for. You know
exactly
where the pieces of it are in the Iranian desert.
Well, here's Fox News. Their national security correspondent had some interesting words that may speak a little more to the reality, of course, with a lot of spin, too. Here we go.
But the Israelis are
hold on one second. Let me remove this.
pulled off airstrikes in that area while this search and rescue takes place. There are some indications that at least one of the pilots may have survived, but we are awaiting a statement from CENTCOM, and there's a lot of information being put out right now through Iranian state channels. They obviously want to see this and present this as a win to their people. It is a great propaganda victory for them, but we don't know whether it was a mechanical failure or whether this F-15E was shot down by IRGC forces. What we can say is that there is still a danger to pilots flying over Iran, even though we've heard repeatedly from the Pentagon that they have air supremacy over Iran. There are still many surface-to-air missile systems that are still in existence, as well as Iranian ballistic missiles that we've seen. There were 3 waves of ballistic missiles fired at Israel in the last hour or so. So they still have a lethal capability. It's one of the reasons that the Strait of Hormuz is still closed. It's extremely dangerous for.
So, Mark, how is that air supremacy going? And talk about your reactions to the developments over the last 24 hours, which has CENTCOM silent, the Trump administration not silent, but not talking about this. So your thoughts, your reactions.
Okay, so first of all, let me address the Black Friday sales thing because I'm not a person in general who is prone or sympathetic in any way to consumerism. That's simply not me. But I mean, who can resist these sales? Buy one F-15 and get an A-10 and 2 Blackhawks for free. I mean, that's quite a deal. That's an irresistible sale, I would say. So, yeah, we were told by the U.S. Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, I believe Tuesday, Wednesday, that the U.S. had now achieved a high degree of air superiority over Iran, and that the U.S. was beginning overland missions, right? And they were talking specifically bombers, the B-52, but I think we could assume that they were also talking tactical aircraft as well. And this, it would have been a big deal if it were true, because despite everything that they've said up until now, and they've been lying, U.S. officials, Trump, everything he says is in his delusional fantasy world, so no one can take anything he says. But even U.S. military officials, right, Warbro, Hegseth, all of these, we're talking that the U.S. is just flying over Iranian airspace for the last 5 weeks, evidently. Completely unimpeded and freely and everything. And those of us who are paying attention to this conflict know that that is absolutely not true, right? So at least up until the middle of this week, the U.S., for the most part, their aircraft were staying well outside of Iranian airspace. They were firing from Iraqi airspace, from the Gulf, possibly even from the Caspian, but they were not, except for Reaper drones, they and a few Israeli drones. They were largely staying outside of Iranian airspace. A few high altitude bomber passes, dropping bunker busters, perhaps. But there's not even a whole lot of evidence of that. And then we see this this result this week, that they say now we've achieved air superiority and now we're going to be flying over Iranian airspace. Now, the reason this is important is because if the U.S. is firing from outside, U.S. and Israel firing from outside Iranian airspace, then they have to use standoff munitions. They have to use Tomahawks and they have to use JASSMs, right? Yeah, that's the primary. There's a few others, but that is what they are firing into Iran. And that's important because the U.S. only has so many of them. Their stockpiles are critically low. We're told that in the first few days of the war, the U.S. fired 650 some Tomahawks. So while some attention, at least in the alt media, has been drawn to the fact that the U.S. is critically low, U.S. and Israel are critically low of air defense interceptor missiles. They're also critically low of standoff offensive munitions. And the numbers have gotten so low. If you take a look at the number of Tomahawks fired in the last week, drop down to 0, right? Hundreds in the first days of the conflict, and it down to there. And evidently, from what we've heard, the JASSMs, an air-launched cruise missile, have also been inventories have also been brought down to near to nothing. Now, if the U.S. achieved real air superiority over Iran, that would be a problem for Iran, because then the U.S. could switch to JDAMs, which are old dumb gravity bombs with a glide kit attached, or gravity bombs themselves, and then the U.S. could bomb Iran essentially indefinitely. When Trump made claims, oh, we have an unlimited supply of weapons. Yeah, they do have an unlimited supply of old dumb gravity bombs, right? That much is true, effectively. But they don't have an unlimited supply of Tomahawks or JASSMs, or these standoff cruise missiles. So if Iran could keep them held off, then the U.S. would run out of offensive potential. But if they could make this switch, then the U.S. could comfortably bomb Iran, supposedly without fear of losing aircraft for, a long period of time, too long. But up until now, whatever claims to the contrary for the most part, the U.S. and Israel have been restricted to standoff munitions. Now, what Dan Kane, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs, announced earlier this week was that, now we were going to start flying directly over Iranian airspace for the first time. We haven't done it before, but we're about to start doing it, and that's going to change everything. Right. And I was asked a question about this on my own channel in a question and answer session this week, and I said, I don't know. I keep seeing Reaper drones being shot down, right? And other things. I'm not sure that Iranian air defense is that badly deteriorated, and they have a very large supply of manpads. Russia just signed a deal with them for a very large supply of manpads. I don't know how many of those have been delivered, but I assume that they have their own as well. And even manpads can be extremely dangerous to tactical aircraft. We saw an F-18 that was hit by one earlier. So, even without air defense, mobile air defense systems or air defense placements, even a country with lots of manpads that are actively using them, unlike, say, Delcy Rodriguez's Venezuela, then they can do significant, even with that, significant threat. What's more, the Iranians have learned some air defense tricks since last June. And essentially, they started operating in quiet or ambush mode, right? They would go passive. They wouldn't turn on their systems, which does alert, the U.S. to their presence, until they had signals from other radars, just probably from the Russians and the Chinese as well, that there were launches of aircraft. So that helps them hide their air defense. Evidently, reports are they're also have begun using a kind of advanced thermal detection system, a passive thermal detection system that has been successful in detecting U.S. aircraft, even stealth aircraft, we are told, that the U.S. can't detect that and can't target launchers that are using that to detect aircraft. So the U.S., we haven't had any air defense launches in this area in such a period of time. It's probably pretty safe. We've probably wiped everything out. And then they fly over it and get shot at because ambush tactics, right? That's what they've switched to. And this is, something that the Kiev regime learned handily in the conflict in Ukraine. So that is has
revolutionary salute to our new member, Heidi Gordon, for becoming a member in the House of Revolution. Revolution is way of life. Absolutely appreciate you helping support and help me keep the lights on here at the House of Revolution. Salute, Queen. I appreciate the love.
Has been somewhat effective for them and is becoming very effective for the Iranians. And I said, well, let's see what happens. I think that the switch, the beginning of these overland missions, is more to do to the fact with the exhaustion of their supply of Tomahawks and JASSM standoff munitions than any real achievement of air superiority. And thus to be able to continue the conflict and continuing damage to Iran, to bomb them back into the Stone Ages where they belong, that type of genocidal, and we need to say that is genocidal rhetoric. That is the textbook definition of genocidal rhetoric coming out of Trump. They're taking a big risk. That they're taking a risk about what they assume about Iranian air defense. And I said, let's see what the real condition and the real reasons for this switch are, this announcement. Let's see if U.S. aircraft start falling out of the sky. And bingo! 24 hours later, we start seeing U.S. aircraft falling out of the sky like there's no tomorrow. And these are significant losses, and they're more significant in that they occurred in such a short period of time after this announcement. And we saw this, one got shot down, and then the others came in for a search and rescue mission and got hit repeatedly as well. That's what we saw with the A-10, the Warthog, and several Black Hawk helicopters that were at least damaged. And that's significant, but because that tells us that Iran is capable of springing ambushes, and has significant air defense assets left, and that is going to be a problem for the U.S. plans to bomb all of Iran's bridges and all of Iran's electrical generation and all of they started bombing Iranian universities, particularly science and technology universities. War crime, by the way. I mean, like no question. And it's quite clear that they're going after Iran's, intellectual base, their capability. They're specifically targeting scientists, engineers, this sort of thing, civilians. And they're bombing pharmaceutical companies. What the hell? Right? I mean, there is no military justification for that. That's just pure spite and, again, this intent to punish Iran for not just rolling over and playing dead to the U.S. hegemon. You can't do that if Iran has that type of air defense. Iran, I'm not an expert in the Iranian electrical grid, but from everything we heard, it's fairly decentralized and robust. You see that Russia has been bombing Ukraine's electrical system for several years now, right? And they're still at work on it. The repairs are done, but the Soviets also built with a lot of redundancies, and a very robust decentralized system. And it seems that the Iranians are supposed to have something very similar, which means that's a long time and a lot of munitions. Two things that the U.S. does not have, particularly if it cannot hang out above Iranian airspace. And the same thing with bridges. Bridges are remarkably hard to destroy. We're told that the bridge in Iran that the U.S. targeted, the B-1 bridge that Trump was gloating about this week, right? The highest, bridge, not only in Iran, but I believe in the Middle East. But from what I understand, it wasn't even fully completed. So that may have, and they specifically targeted it. I think partly because of that, so that they were able to do significant structural damage to it, whereas other bridges may be more resistant. Again, we've seen that in the conflict in Ukraine. I don't know about the engineering status of bridges in Iran, but I know the Soviets built bridges to last, and they can take quite a beating. You would be surprised. It takes a significant amount of munitions, often multiple serious impacts to do any type of significant structural damage, rather than superficial damage. So this is going to be a big problem for Donald Trump. If he can't bomb Iran back into the Stone Age to make them capitulate without losing large, even higher numbers of U.S. aircraft, then the only thing he has left is this Suicide Squad card of ground ops, which military analysts operating from a place of understanding military potential, the size of the forces that are being discussed and everything, say they would never do that. Because it is stupid. It would be a slaughter. If you look at U.S. operations in Iraq and so forth, the U.S. build up hundreds of thousands of troops over half a year more, getting all the logistics into place and transferring the troops and everything. And with U.S. is talking what, max 20,000 troops here, max. If the 82nd Airborne and Special Forces and everything else are dragged in along with the Marine Expeditionary units. Iran has a standing army of 300 and some thousand, and then another 1 point something million reservists and everything like that. This is not serious argument. But we're not dealing with sane or rational people in this administration. Not Trump, but many other people. And it seems that some people within the Pentagon that might have been somewhat more sane and rational. We had a huge purge.
You're gone. 12, right?
Military, right? Just in the last week, 3 big generals, but more in the weeks preceding this, more quietly. So we can't count that they are operating from a sane military standpoint. So that it looks like they really intend to go through with this ground up things. And now I'm going to speak cold-blooded, realpolitik, sitting in Russia. Oh, go for it, baby. Go for it. Right? Waste all those standoff munitions. Waste all those air defense interceptors. Throw your troops into a suicide mission, right? Russia, the oil price is through the roof, right? The U.S. is even somewhat relaxing a few sanctions on Russia in order to get any money to the market. The price of fertilizer and agricultural goods is going through the roof. And what is Russia a huge provider of to the world other than oil and gas? Oh, yeah, fertilizer and agriculture. Now we're told that there are shortages of aluminum and helium because these industries are byproducts of the extraction and processing of natural gas and LNG. Oh, and what else does Russia have a huge ability to provide? Oh, yeah, aluminum and helium. And the U.S. is wasting any type of offensive munitions, air defense munitions, and if they start an actual ground operation, everything else that could theoretically be transferred to Ukraine instead. And there is no sign, none, that regime change is even on the table anymore. Right? No one is seriously talking about that. Now Trump is saying, "Oh, I never talked about regime change. That was never the intention. Never said it."
Or he already has it.
Oh, that's the other one. Right?
Already
because
have
we
it.
killed a bunch of people, right? It's a whole new regime. No, that's not the way. You misunderstand the change regime. You assassinated, right? You targeted, a bunch of people, but there was a line of succession. And those people were replaced. And if anything, the people who replaced them, they're not more reasonable, or whatever. They're more hardline, right? First of all, he started talking that the president has changed. And I'm like, what is he talking about? Because Pezeshkian is still there. And if there's one that I wouldn't really miss in Iran, it's Pezeshkian, because he was half a pro-Western liberal to begin with. But anyway, he's still there. What we saw instead was the Ayatollah Ali Khomeini, the one who was keeping Iran from developing a strategic deterrent. He's dead. And his son has replaced him. Now, his son, Mujtaba Khomeini, has worked extensively through the years with the IRGC and the Iranian security apparatus. He is much more hardline than and I would say pragmatic than his father was. Maybe less academic in the ethereal sense, the spiritual sense. Perhaps that's some descriptions of him I've heard. But you just killed his father, his wife, his kids, his grandkids, and supposedly injured him. I mean, I remember not so long ago that War Bro Hegseth was bragging about how they disfigured Mujtaba, right? Yeah, we really messed him up. His face is ugly, Yeah, no, not more reasonable. Hardliners, and the system continues. That is the regime. One person, whatever American fantasies, oh, we just take out this one evil dictator that we don't like, and everything, becomes, everyone suddenly becomes a compliant U.S. puppet. Like, oh, I don't know, Delcy Rodriguez in Venezuela. Not that I'm gonna name anyone, but that's not happening in Iran. There has been no regime change. So Trump has no good options. Even the Atlantic, one of the most pro U.S.-led Western global hegemony, news and commentary magazines out there, had a piece out this week how Trump has no good options. They defined 4 options, and they said none of them are good. And that's where Trump is. He can't just leave and give up, because as compliant and sycophantic and just generally behind this, because it's against Iran, that the Western mainstream media is, even the Western mainstream media is kind of like, yeah, I don't think things are going the way they're supposed to, and they're definitely not.
No.
And the Hormuz Strait, this people, the peak, if there is a peak, of the effects of it's not closed, right? But the selective closure of the Strait of Hormuz, the management of the Strait of Hormuz, the big effects of that have not yet hit the Western economies. South Asia has been pretty badly affected already. But there were still a number of oil tankers out there heading around the world. They've all hit port now. Now we're going to start to see the effects of it. They're now talking seriously, like very near future, of energy rationing in Europe, right? The first world, right? In the old parlance. So this is going to raise the political and economic pressure on the Trump administration at the very time that everything is starting to no longer being able to be hid about how bad the military situation is. Politico told us this week that the U.S. is running out of targets that the U.S. can easily hit, because everything is hidden in these massive missile cities and underground fortifications. And, we were told originally that, the U.S. wiped out 90% of Iran's missile launchers. And, some of us are like, yeah, really? I don't know. Meanwhile,
have you been on X lately? Have you been?
Yeah, I don't know. No, I mean, not even videos, right? I mean, videos viral and everything. But just the number of recorded missile launches was, in the last week to 2 weeks, is actually going up on a daily basis. The number of drone launches is going up, right? They consolidated and they hit their running pace, and they've got their schedule for a long conflict, and they continued to dish out the damage. So first it was 90%, then 80, then 70, and 60. Now CNN saying 50, right? And closer, we're getting closer to the real, which is probably something more like 20 that they've managed to take out with 80% remaining. Meanwhile, what we see is that it's Western air defense, that it's U.S. and Israeli air defense, that is just completely not only exhausted already in terms of interceptors, as was predicted, by nearly everyone, but just incapable. I can't tell you how many videos I've seen, real videos, of 4, 5, 6 interceptors being fired at a single Iranian ballistic missile incoming and missing them all. Ted Postel's been saying it all along. Air defense, particularly the Patriot, is a myth. It doesn't actually do anything. And that's being borne out. That is being borne out. And David's boomerang isn't performing any better. It's a very bad situation for them, militarily, economically, and this is existential for Iran. They can take a beating and keep on ticking. There is no observable cracks in, none of the ethnic minorities have successfully been activated. We haven't seen any substantial Mossad-backed insurgency like we did a few months ago.
No.
There's nothing. In fact, everything appears to be the exact opposite.
The exact opposite.
Around the flag effect, just like happened last year, except to an even greater extent. And I would say it's much stronger because, as the US said, we're running out of targets, but we're going to bomb Iran back to the Stone Age. So now they're hitting universities, pharmaceutical companies. And of course, there's the Manab, situation, which was probably atrocious collateral damage due to AI targeting and other things. But it has led to the Iranian population, more solidly behind the Iranian government than I can remember.
Yeah. I mean, you've seen Abbas Araghchi walk in the streets multiple times during this war, and that usually can't happen if you have, as you said, Mark, an active force ready, because they're all into decapitation. So if they have an active force inside the country, Iranian officials are saying we're out here. So and it's not, and it's the exact opposite. People are ground swelling around them.
I'm not normally a big person for judging the body language and so forth of political figures and making assumptions from that, but the Iranian foreign minister Abbas Araghchi, that the SOB is as cool as a cucumber. I mean, he's like the level of coolness, coldness, and confidence, that he's showing those levels of Putin at his best, right? When he's doing interviews like that. I'm not seeing a Iranian political elite here that is in any way particularly stressed. Their plan is actually largely, I would say, going according to plan, right? Their strategy is bearing fruit, and they know it. Everything we hear from Trump, all of these insane, and I mean, let's. I'm not speaking hyperbolically or rhetorically. I mean, Trump is an unhinged, mentally deranged, psychopathic megalomaniac, as of course, is war bro Pete Hegseth, and we've long known that about Netanyahu. It's a dangerous position because the U.S., in acts of desperation, God knows, all the gods know what they could do at this point, particularly when they appear to be purging anyone from the military who is questioning any of these orders. That their options for ground ops. Did you, Danny, see the one in the Washington Post where they're talking about a plan to extract uranium, which involves flying forces into the central mountainous region of Iran under fire? Sorry, there is no fire because they've suppressed all Iranian air defense, right? There's no drones and there's no missiles or anything like that, right? And no one is supporting them, so they wouldn't face any organized military or anything like that. But they have to storm an underground fortified complex, and then they have to bring in excavating equipment to help bring the uranium out. And they have to construct an airport runway in the middle of Iran to then fly it out.
Yes, I saw the runway.
I mean,
I remember that. As if the United States builds anything very quickly, too, by the way.
let's be honest. James Bond flicks, even old Sean Connery James Bond flicks, have more realistic plots than this is. That's why from the Russian position, particularly when there's obviously no danger at this point of the Iranian of regime change in Iran, Russia's just like, go for it, bro.
Keep going. Keep going.
Keep going.
That's the
Never stop your enemy when he's making a mistake.
Which is what the economists say. I mean, they reference Xi Jinping in their cover.
Even the economists.
They quoted Napoleon Bonaparte saying, never interrupt your enemy when it's making a mistake. And, it all reminds me, that ground operation scenario reminds me of the old Photoshop. If you have a photo of the war in Iran and you can just wipe out the Iranian military, then everything actually makes sense here. You can do all of that. But if you factor in the fact that Iran has a military capabilities and has been hitting pretty hard, which everyone is admitting now, then this idea is an absolute disaster. But
it's this fantasy blinkered thinking that, I mean, it's just childish. I mean, it's literally puerile. We're told that Trump was told before the conflict that Iran would probably close the Strait of Hormuz, right? And not that anyone needs to be told this. I mean, everybody. I mean, the barista at the coffee shop, the guy selling me kofta and shawarma down the street knows that Iran would use their nuclear option of closing the Strait of Hormuz. But Trump chose not to believe that Iran would do that. Why? Because that would make everything really inconvenient and impossible. So let's just pretend they're not going to do that. I mean, that's the type of fantasy thinking that went on inside the apples. When they say, we have no plan and we're just flying by the seat of our plans, therefore the enemy doesn't know what we're doing, right? That's not serious, right? That is, I mean, it's dangerous for the US and everyone else in the world when, the world's fading hyperpower is operating without any strategy, without any real plans, at least not any that mesh with the real world that the rest of us live in.
Right. Yeah. Well, Mark, I mean, it's people like, Danny, why are you laughing? Well, have you seen what's been going on? I mean, everything that you just said, it makes for not only a bad Hollywood film, but also some comedy, but amidst all of the carnage and war crimes.
We're allowed. This is how we stay sane, people.
Yeah, exactly. Well, Mark, let me get to some of these developments that go along with what you were just outlining here. So here is Donald Trump. His only reaction, his only words so far, I mean, with regard to the Air Force Black Friday disaster for the United States, he was supposedly briefed. And then this morning, this is what we got from him. This is his next his most recent Truth Social post. Remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out. 48 hours before all hell will rain. Rain as in like rain down on them. Glory to God. So as he's saying this,
glory be to God. Who are the crazy religious fanatics here again? Oh yeah, it's the Christian Zionists in the Trump administration.
And Bloomberg is confirming exactly what you just outlined earlier, Mark. The United States is committing to exhausting all of its JASSM-ER cruise missiles and taking whatever it can from the rest of the world where it's where it has stationed them and using them in this war. And then I wanted to get into as well. We were talking before the program of Iran's propaganda game, or its PR game in this war being absolutely on point, and they're just trending all over social media. Various Iranian official agencies, non-official. Here is the the Iranian embassy in Tunisia posting this meme, calling it the U.S. chair force in reference to all of the pilots that had to eject in the last 24 hours. So, Mark, what do you make of this? I mean, right now it sounds like the only option for the United States, if it does not concede to Iran in any degree, is to do exactly what Trump says he's going to do, which will require more of what we've seen in the last 24 hours. The U.S. going closer and closer to Iran's air defenses, or trying to invade and getting closer to whatever the hell Iran's going to unleash at them, troops, drones, missiles, whatever.
Come within. That's the Iranian come closer, right?
Yeah,
that's
come
what their
closer.
InfoWar videos are saying. You know, you're standing out there where it's hard for us to hit you. We can hit your bases and you hide in hotels, and we can hit Israel and the Gulf states. But yeah, you come closer so that we can give you back some. And that's exactly, what the situation would be. Then Iran would really be able to fight back on a much more equal footing. And it's not equal, because they would be fighting from a strong defensive position with unquestioned logistics, which the U.S. would have no logistics, and a massive size of manpower and force, and the Iranians, they have been at various levels of conflict over the years. The IRGC has been heavily involved in Syria and Iraq, fighting ISIS and everything. They're not some country that hasn't seen combat in decades. That is not the situation. So they're blooded as well. I think if the U.S. put troops on the ground there, first of all, their logistics would just be a joke. Quite obviously, the U.S. would not have air superiority, and drones and missiles would rain down on them. Not in the sense of the Trump, tweet, all hell will rain down on them. Now, all hell will rain down, but that hell will consist of parts of U.S. aircraft falling to the ground. It's just madness, right? I mean, to quote Tyrion Lannister from the televised version of Game of Thrones, madness and stupidity. Right? I mean, that's what we're looking at here. And I try to be a black-pilled hard focus, but Iran has all the leverage in this position. They have done everything right, at least since the beginning, when all of their leaders decided to hang out in Khomeini's apartment or whatever it was. They got the whole leadership wiped out in the first few hours. But I don't know. It seems like their replacements are more level-headed and taking this conflict perhaps even more seriously. Maybe they're better off for it. I mean, that's a terrible thing to say, but at the very least, command and control has not been effective.
Seems like they almost maybe already were in command and control. I mean, that's it. The level of some have made note of this. Of course, I think we have also done that on this show, and is that it was very rapid, the response from Iran. I think so rapid that the United States and Israel had no idea it was going to be this rapid. I think they thought they had a few days to lay waste to whatever they wanted.
They had a fantasy version. The government was just going to completely collapse. Right. It didn't. And that is, again, that is a result of a continuing problem for the U.S., right? Whenever it's dealing with an adversarial country, the quote unquote experts, both within, the security state and in the academics, the universities, the think tanks, a Russian expert is an anti-Russian ideologue. An Iranian expert is an anti-Iranian ideologue. They look at their opponent rather than putting themselves in their opponent's shoes and trying to understand them on an objective, realist basis. They have, fantasy, anti-Russian, anti-Iranian, distorted caricature views, right? Because they're so focused on encouraging, military and other action against them that it leads them into these situations where they believe that the Iranian government would just collapse like a house of cards, and the Iranian people would rise up in the streets and all start what is it that I mean, it's not really blue jeans and Coca-Cola these days. I've been outside of the U.S. for a couple of decades, but whatever it is that characterizes American life on a simplistic consumer basis facade now, that is what they imagine the Iranian people would do, and they sorely mistook the Iranian nation. And they made so many mistakes in their assessment and judgment of Iran politically, economically, just like they did with Russia, right? The belief that U.S. sanctions would crush Russia back in 2022, blah blah blah. They made the same type of mistakes in underestimating the strength and unity of the Iranian state and people. And that has led them to this disastrous situation where, I mean, Trump, of course, being Trump, could walk away, blame NATO. He's certainly made steps in this direction, right? Blame NATO. That's the reason why we failed. But we haven't failed. We achieved regime change, then we won. And they're never going to build a nuclear weapon now. Well, they weren't going to build one to begin with, at least not until now, and declare victory and try to walk away. But, then there's that whole problem now that the Strait of Hormuz would be left under Iranian control. And you can't really ignore that. You can't pretend that that's not happening. Because that affects energy markets, right? that is something that even Trump can't, pretend away and declare victory and pretend that it's not in existence. So even that is it's not an option at this point, which has led credible people like Jeffrey Sachs and many others to say that this is it. The conflict in Ukraine may have stress tested U.S.-led Western global hegemony, but this could very well be the death blow of it. They overreached. They were already in a weakened position with too many hard geopolitical limits, with low numbers of offensive, defensive munitions, and other military problems, and their economic power starting to fade relative to the rest of the world. And what did they do? They went all out. They said, we're not doing very well in Ukraine, and it looks like Russia's going to win this one. What should we do? Oh, I know. Let's start a major war with Iran.
Yeah, and go out front with it too. So
they have overstretched imperially to the breaking point. I mean, Ukraine was already a world order changing, world order shaping conflict, almost certainly in the endgame. This even more so. It's, if anything, even more so at this point because of the huge effect on global energy and thus every other market in the world. And it's really just stunning. I mean, I'm always against saying that the U.S. stumbles into anything or is dragged into anything. And they definitely weren't dragged into this. But yeah, it looks like they, through their own incompetence and ignorance and hubris, they've really stumbled into this. And I'm not seeing any silver lining for them.
Yeah. That's exactly what it looks like, Mark. How about final points on this? Earlier you said you believe 20% of Iran's missiles have been possibly destroyed by the United States and Israel. Iran is saying 10%, but what they're also saying is they have years to do this. Regardless of the numbers, they're saying they have years to do this. And I want to play this Fox News report because I don't know if you've noticed, Mark, but every time Fox News now, they have people in Israel. Every time Fox News now covers what's happening with the Iran war from Israel, it gets more and more. It's looking more and more like a Mark Sloboda analysis and less like a Fox News analysis. Here's one such example.
I'm like a contagion.
And let's get
yeah. The black pill contagion. Oh, look, it's starting to affect his wardrobe. Here we go.
straight to the breaking news that has been breaking over the last few minutes. Another alert here, another strike. And as you look into the distance over central Israel there, you can see that thick plume of smoke from an impact scene. Now, from our experience, that is not one of those smaller cluster munitions, a bomblet from those. That looks to us like that may have been a direct missile strike, which would be one of the first we've seen in this area for quite some time. You can tell just by the thickness of the smoke there that that is much more than one of the bomblets from a cluster munition. Now, we've been under attack here in central Israel for several hours this morning. This the second or third alert that we've had. We're waiting now. We usually get word pretty quickly on the number of injuries or casualties of any sort in a strike like this. So we are awaiting word on that right now. The earlier one that you mentioned,
So, Mark, don't need to belabor the point here, but that is what these reports are looking more and more like, attempts to try to hide how bad it is getting, because certainly they're not showing everything. But they
where's that air defense? Where's that Patriot? Where's that David's boomerang?
Now it's just obvious what's going on. And so Iran is saying years. Iran is, releasing Lego rap songs, and the United States and
Iran's
Israel
info
are.
war, by the way. If you have not been watching Iran's Lego videos, Lego Wars videos, and other things, you're missing out. I mean, I put them in my own videos. I mean,
I would. I would. I don't know if I could take it.
War stuff. They make U.S. propaganda look like we imagined Iranian propaganda would look like, right? Before this conflict. It's even on the info war front, they're doing extremely well. And when Western mainstream media journalists are unable to hide the panic in their voices very well, the sense of their conception of the way the world is and should work is just being turned on its head. And that's what we see. Boom, boom, Tel Aviv.
Every single night. I mean, as we speak, every time I'm on live, Mark, it's happening. Every time I go off live, it's happening. While the waves, yep.
Let me just make a point here, because Israel, is, yes, they're doing very poorly, with the U.S. in this conflict with Iran, but on the side of that, they are taking advantage of the opportunity to push their genocidal agenda on two fronts. Yeah. One, they just passed this bill to allow them to hang Palestinian detainees, with Ben Gvir popping champagne over it. And they are, even the New York Times is openly talking about Israel ejecting the Shia population of southern Lebanon. They don't actually use the words ethnic cleansing, but it is painfully obvious even from their own headlines without their use. They're saying Israel, the New York Times is reporting this, right? So the New York Times is reporting that Israel is telling the Christian and Druze population of southern Lebanon, don't hide Shias in your attics, right? Don't, we want them all driven out. Don't try to protect them. Don't try to hide them. Where have I heard that before? I don't know, people searching people's attics looking for an ethno-religious minority. Oh yeah.
Didn't learn that one in school. Might have learned that one in school, right?
Yeah. Might have learned that one. Yeah. So obviously they learned a really good lesson there, or I think they learned the wrong lesson, but they definitely learned a lesson there. And it's just on I mean, from a cold-blooded realpolitik position, we all know that there's no such thing as war crimes, right? Because war crimes are only something that happens to losers, right? The victors, the permanent members of the Security Council. War crimes don't exist for them. War crimes, and those sheltered by them, so they don't exist for the U.S., for Israel. They never have, and until, I don't know, that sea change in power may actually be coming, in the not so distant future now, that maybe the rest of the world can actually, but we're looking at the most grievous of war crimes and crimes of humanity being conducted by Israel and facilitated by the U.S. here. And so even in the heightened geopolitical situation and focus on what's going on in Iran, we cannot ignore what the Israeli regime is doing in Palestine and in Lebanon.
No, and with that has come also, of course, we haven't even gone into Hezbollah's in this war very fiercely. Shocked me even. Well, it didn't shock me so much, but the level of response, organized response, has shocked me a bit, given what everyone else was saying. And then Yemen, the Houthis, they are also in this with possibly a card that could, if we were talking about earlier, the Strait of Hormuz and the world economic situation being totally plunged into crisis because of what the U.S. and Israel are doing, and because of Iran's ability to control the Strait of Hormuz. The Bab el-Mandeb Strait is right there for the closing, and it could very well happen soon.
Iran is never going to run out of missiles and drones, because just simply, I've heard now that there are up to 36 of these fortified underground missile cities. I mean, that many, that was actually a shocking number to me. But they produce missiles and drones. They have facilities to produce them there. But even, let's forget that. On a geopolitical level, Russia and China are Iran's logistical rear right now. The Western press is just full of stories that Russia is providing drones to Israel now, right? Iran stepped up in 2022 and provided Russia with the designs for the Shahed 136, and Russia has evolved it into the Garan 2, 3, 4, and 5 black stealth air-to-air missile launching, mine-dropping monster Wonderwaffe that it really is in the conflict in Ukraine now, and they're returning the favor and the hard-won tactics of how it can really be used to greatest effect now. And Russia's getting some payback there, and you can be sure that China will be providing anything, chemical, precursor chemicals, materials, what components, anything that Iran needs as well to produce, to continue production. And it's that attrition race. Iran can produce more drones and missiles than the U.S. can produce air defense interceptors. The cost difference is huge, as just beyond the production, and those air defense interceptors don't even fucking work.
It's a bleak scenario for the bleak reality for the United States empire right now, and it's I think it's one that many people weren't expecting. Right? Many people were not expecting.
Evil black-pilled laugh.
Yeah, serious. I mean, it's like all of the world is looking at this like, well, I mean, you had it coming to you, right? Like, this is how the world looks at this. It's
At least the world outside the West. Yeah.
exactly the world.
And even
the
many
West.
in the West, right? You're out there watching, you know who I'm talking about.
Yeah, people are not happy about this. Every poll that comes out, even in the United States, Mark, every subsequent poll, it doesn't get better. Donald Trump went up in front of the entire United States for 18 minutes. He didn't even not only did he not mention the ground operation or operations that they're cockamamie planning, but he didn't even try to convince people in the United States that anything had changed beyond what he has said, either in Truth Social or in prior speeches before this. Everything was just a rehash. So that, and then that left what? The market's going crazy. Now what? Brent crude is up to 140. It's
down and up, down and
140. It's like, yeah, so in the public opinion on this war only gets worse. And it's only going to get, and if Americans start dying in any significant numbers, it will drop
When has the U.S.
significantly.
political elite ever cared what Americans think about foreign policy?
No, never. Not unless
the Vietnam War was the last time.
right. Well, not unless American people begin to exact costs for that, and has not
Who are they
yet
going to
happened.
vote for? The Democrats would never. Oh, yes, they would. Never mind.
Right. They're not even launching any kind of opposition. So, Mark, maybe your final comments now on the larger geopolitical shift this is bringing up. You just mentioned Russia and China, and you might remember one of the earlier Lego videos that the Iranians put out, where they literally were Donald Trump was watching through a grate as Russian and Chinese ships were moving through the Strait of Hormuz. That's been the reality since the beginning of Iran's controlled assertion of control of the Strait of Hormuz, and the numbers are out there. Chinese stocks, Chinese imports of Iranian oil are record high. Their relationship is going quite well. Iran is exporting a huge amount of oil through the Strait of Hormuz in general. This is having and they're talking about tolls in Chinese yuan, so Chinese currency. So, I mean, this is a huge shift. What do you see as some of the larger, implications?
We're at a watershed, right? And even let's not even address the larger geoeconomic changes, right, that are resulting from all of this. There's people better positioned than me, like Richard Wolff or so on, to discuss those, but they're quite obviously happening. But let's just, if the war stopped tomorrow, let's look at the hard geopolitical limits the U.S. would now be left with coming out of this conflict, with no air defense interceptors, right? In terms, with no offensive long range strike standoff capacity coming out of this, because they've wasted all of this, right? This would take years for the U.S. to rebuild their inventories, and during that time, they could not conduct any type of major military operations against Russia or China, or even second tier countries if they wanted to. That is a hard geopolitical limit now. Trump once said that the only limitation on what he can do is his own non-existent sense of conscience. And I completely disagree, right? There are hard geopolitical limits to what the U.S. can do, and that's expressed in the state of their military munitions stockpiles and the relative strengths of their opponents' militaries and military industrial complex now. If China wanted to take Taiwan militarily tomorrow, or say a year from now, 6 months, a year from now, the U.S. couldn't in any real way stop them without resorting to nukes, and we all know where that leads. That is a hard geopolitical limit, because they have overstretched themselves to such a degree with this. I was shocked even last June when they launched this, I said, how can they do this? Their inventories of air defense interceptors and standoff munitions was already so low now. Now it's even more so. It's a hard geopolitical limit. The U.S. is weakened. The hegemon is weakened and enfeebled coming out of this conflict, even if it ended tomorrow, which it's not going to do, for years into the future. And if China wanted to take Taiwan militarily, they could, and they don't have to fear the US like they used to. Russia's just like, they're in the driver's seat in Ukraine now. They can take whatever they want at this point, right? It may take them time and blood to do so, but they can now be so confident about the outcome. Not only militarily, the lack of U.S. military, but even economically, everything is going Russia's way now as a result of this. It is such a disastrous, I don't want to say chess move by Trump, because we know Trump doesn't play chess or actually read books or anything like that. But he played a really, really bad hand of cards. And he and the U.S. hegemon is going to pay for it now and years into the future on multiple levels.
Everybody, I just want to, I'll pull up all the super chats as I make these announcements. So everybody make sure you go to the video description and you can find Mark Sloboda's Boosty account where he publishes all of his original works, all of his works in general, and that's where you can support him. Thanks for all of the super chats. Of course, tomorrow I'll be back on at about 1 p.m. Eastern time with Mohammed Marandi. Sunday was it April 5th? Mark, anything you want to say before we close the program?
Yeah, this guy right here has been making a video about the Iran conflict, you know, the U.S.-Israeli illegal unprovoked war of aggression on Iran every day for the last 5 weeks. And look at him. It shows. Buy this man, this poor man, a goddamn coffee.
Yeah. My grades are only coming in harder now, Mark. All right, everybody, hit the like button as you leave. That helps continue the conversation because more new viewers will see it. The video description where you can support Mark and this channel, Patreon, Substack, and much more. See you tomorrow, 1 p.m. Eastern time.
He writes here literally just minutes ago, remember when I gave Iran 10 days to make a deal or open up the Hormuz Strait? Time is running out, 48 hours before all hell will rain down on them. And then weirdly, glory be to God. I don't know why God's going to be glorified by blowing up somebody in Iran, but nevertheless, that's what he wrote. And listen, if you're unclear on this, let me just kind of give you a real quick recap of what happened. This is on March 26th. This is when he issued the original one. He said, as per Iranian government request, please let this statement serve as a represent that I am pausing the period of energy plant destruction by 10 days to Monday, April 6th, 2026 at 8 p.m. Eastern time. Talks are ongoing, and despite erroneous statements to the contrary by fake news media and others, they're going very well. Obviously, there was no truth to that part of it. There were no talks at all, and much less were they going well. Now, this leads to some very disturbing, this is disturbing on top of other things that have been going on. For example, yesterday, there was a release of, these days, the tail number of virtually every aircraft in the air, and there's a lot of them. are being shown here. And this is one of the this is from Flight Radar here, where they track a lot of the military planes, and these are primarily C-5s, C-17 transport planes. And this, along with some other ones, showed that over the last 24 hours or so, there had been a significant spike in numbers of aircraft loaded with something, military aircraft heading to either the Middle East or to some of our European stations, where, of course, many of our operations are being based out of. So there's lots of evidence going on there. There was also a report in the American media just yesterday that there were significant and long-term talks going on in the White House with Pentagon leaders about what to do next. And obviously, at the center of that was that a lot of our aircraft had been shot down. In fact, I think we had certainly the most in this war in a single day that had been shot down. And actually, let me just show you that, because this all tails in together here. This is just yesterday. An F-15 was destroyed, shot down. An A-10 Warthog was destroyed. Another A-10 apparently was damaged. The CH-47 was destroyed on the ground. I'll show you that in just a second. An F-16 was damaged but was able to return to base. Two HH-60, those are Black Hawk helicopters, were damaged and had to return to base. An F-16 Squawk 7700, by the way, that's basically, they had a kind of like a 911 call in space because they got injured or something. It's like a mayday signal. They were able to return to base. A KC-135 also was attacked, returned to base, and another MQ-9 destroyed. And now then we have all that in one day. And so then if you're talking about doing anything on the ground, and this, by the way, this might be an MQ. It's unclear what this is. It's being claimed that this was one of the Iranians that got one of our ships. I can't tell for sure what that is. It could be one of our drones. I'm not clear, but that's what it's being claimed to being. There's lots of videos floating around there, some real, some not. We can't tell, but what we do know for sure, because it's actually been confirmed in American press, is that a number of our aircraft were hit, which tells us.
My heart's fine.
I'm only 40. Ignoring your heart health risk is no way to go through the world. Take Bayer's
That one of the things that we told you early in this war is apparently turning out to be true. This is something that that I wrote. I think that this was published even before. Yes, you see, this is February 20th. You may recall that I showed you this was the air defense systems that we knew about. But there was the consideration and the concern that these were the ones that were visible that we knew about, but that there were underground bunkers that the Iranians would then, if we came and destroyed in any certain location, then the Iranians would then later on, at a time of their choosing, pull them out and pull up new ones. So when you may be thinking that a certain area has been cleared, they just had the facilities underground, and as soon as whatever they chose the date and time and the purpose, those things would come back out. So now then you get into a situation to where you think a certain corridor has been cleared, and now then you're flying with impunity into it, and all of a sudden it ain't. And that's what it looked like here. So now then you have, and we've been talking about this for a while, there's been the evidence growing that there could be a ground incursion. There was a second squadron of A-10 fighters that were sent, ground attack support aircraft, helicopters, Apaches. Also, close air support for ground troops. From reports I've seen here just last night, there's members of the 82nd Airborne, 10th Mountain Division, elements of the I think the 18th Airborne Corps has been seen. Certainly the Marines from the 11th and the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, some Army Rangers, the Special Forces, all kinds of ground troop has been going in. More has been deployed or put on deployment orders to show up too, and they're already flowing in. We don't know. Some of those C-5, C-17s could well have been more ground troops going on. I myself had deployed in C-17s in the past, so I know certainly how that part works. So we don't know, but that could be a lot of ground troops that were heading over there as well. And there was reports that, in fact, actually a friend of the show here, Jim Webb, who will probably be on the show next week, by the way, said that he posted on X yesterday. This was last night. I just heard from a source very close to the White House that following today's shoot down of an F-15, an A-10, and successful hits on multiple helicopters and other aircraft, the White House is choosing further escalation. This is yesterday, including U.S. troops on the ground. And he continues on, this would be madness. And obviously we certainly agree with that too. But now that President Trump has chosen just moments ago to reiterate this statement that he made back on March 26th, that all hell is going to break loose on the 6th. It's not coincidentally probably the day after Easter. I mean, he said, I gave them 10 days to make a deal or open up. They didn't. Time is running out, 48 hours, and all hell will rain down. And the question is going to be, what does that mean? What does it look like? And now, one of the things that, just based on the pieces, and I don't have any insider information to anything that may have been discussed in these conversations, so I'll just tell you that right off the bat. This is just my analysis based on what we can see and what has been flowing in and what has been publicly claimed. What I think may be going on and what I worry is going on is that President Trump may be thinking, okay, what we've been doing is not working. And so what we're going to have to do is step this up a little bit. You can't just go in on the ground. You can't just go in and take Harga Island. You can't just take some of these other little smaller islands that are in the middle of the strait. That by itself won't do anything. I think that he may say, we've got to do something big, something splashy, and something really, really devastating. All hell breaking loose is the phrase he just used. That doesn't sound like we're going to send in some Marines and try to take an island. It sounds like something more complex. And given that we just lost a lot of aircraft, it's not uncommon for the side that loses those aircraft to say, all right, I'm going to punish you guys for having taken, especially the fact that we still to this day have not retrieved one of our two pilots that were in that F-15 that were taken down. We got one of them, haven't gotten the second one, and there's a big manhunt on. The Iranians have put out a massive reward, a bounty on the guy. So they got civilians everywhere combing the hills. I saw some scenes on from Iranian TV where they show literally farmers and everybody else just scouring the countryside around there looking for this pilot. We're trying to find him as well to try to get him before they do. So that's a big miss. So that's going on the one hand. But now then there's this anger that's certainly among the Air Force and the Army Air Corps, as they may say, okay, you guys are going to pay for what you did. So it could be that we're saying we're going to do something on the ground simultaneous with a big air strike as well, something much bigger than before. And one wonders if President Trump may think, all right, we're going to try another one of those big Moabs, mother of all bombs. You may have heard he dropped that in Afghanistan during his first term. It's just massive, massive conventional bomb. The problem with that, though, is that requires, and I think it's minimum of a B-2, B-52 type aircraft, and all it can do is drop it because it's so heavy. It's not a missile. You can't fire it. You have to drop it, which means you have to be over the target, which means you have to have the airspace cleared off. And therein lies another risk that you may be thinking, yeah, we're going to have this massive bomb on who knows what, because it could literally be on anything. He may take it into Tehran and say, okay, well, I mean, he just hit a bridge here. Maybe he's going to go to the parliament building or some other symbol of the Iranian power and just literally devastate it and wipe it out. Who knows? But that's something that would be very Trumpian. So in conjunction with what's going on the ground, he may start this other air campaign with maybe long-range missiles, whether JASSMs, Tomahawk cruise missiles, air-launched missiles, and maybe a Moab somewhere to have all kinds of confusion. At the same time, then they're going to send in troops on whatever the target may have been. And I won't speculate on which because there's too many options, but whatever it is, you would have a lot of air power coming in. You would have A-10s, you would have the Apaches and other kinds of attack aircraft that would start attacking any known or suspected enemy air defense systems. It's called SEAD, Suppress Enemy Air Defense Operation, which would be necessary for any ground operation. And so they would just be hammering the area within tactical range of any of the air defense systems so that helicopters then would have a chance to get in unmolested. That would be the idea. So something really, really big could be coming in. And it seems that President Trump making this statement here, reiterating something of the past. This doesn't feel like it's going to be one of those where, you know, he has the old taco thing that they talk about where it was like some of the others. Remember, he had a 48-hour deadline, and then he had a 5-day deadline, and then he had a 10-day deadline. None of those happened. He kept it before the thing was over. He kept making new announcements. This one, though, he's dusted off one of the old announcements and bring it out. And very specifically, again, mentions April 6th, which is Monday. Then, of course, don't hold him to the time clock on that. That'd be Monday night our time, which would be Tuesday morning in the region. I guess it could happen. It would seem kind of silly to literally telegraph exactly when an attack is coming, but who knows what's going to happen. I doubt he'll do something tonight, our time, because then that would be Easter. And I think that a lot of people are going to say, hey, you know, let's don't ruin the holiday. So let's wait till afterwards, and I would imagine that there'll be a lot of praying going on among our forces at that time, and I doubt seriously we would do that. So I think like Sunday night, our time, Monday morning, local time, any time from that time forward is going to be a danger zone. So I'm very concerned about it because, and I mentioned that issue about the potential drop for a Moab, which Joe Kent mentioned to me in a text here long is something that he said that could be what the dropping holy hell could mean on top of them. I'm considered a little bit worried about that because this is published by here Laura Rosen. Talking about a former pilot, James Fallows, on U.S. military aircraft over Iran. So much is going wrong so catastrophically on so many fronts that it's hard to find a point of traction. Now, it just doesn't seem like it would be a rational thing to do the day after you suffer the biggest one-day loss of aircraft in the war so far, implying that the Iranians may have some new type of aircraft, anti-aircraft capabilities. There's some passive IR kinds of things which apparently are hard for us to intercept, and that's at least reportedly what's led to these aircraft being knocked down. So if you have discovered that the enemy may have some new way to take your aircraft out that you're not prepared to defend against right now, or that you don't even understand fully, it wouldn't seem like a really good idea, like within 48 hours later, to launch a massive air assault that you could be flying even more aircraft into the ground and getting more shot down. And you think you're going to be running to Moab somewhere. If that's the case, you have a relatively slow moving big aircraft that is a big target that, of course, everyone will be looking for. You can just take it to the bank that either and or the Russians and Chinese will be watching the airspace, and they will be signaling everything to the Iranian side. So if that's the case, they'll know it's coming and they'll have a pretty good idea where it's headed based on its trajectory. And they'll be vectoring any kind of air defense they can. And just imagine, as bad as this one was right here with the F-15 and the A-10 getting taken down and the Blackhawks getting hit and the KC-135 getting wounded. If you knock down a B-52 or B-2 bomber, and that thing doesn't hit the target, and then it does crash, and of course you would have this massive, massive explosion on the ground, not just the loss of the people. I mean, that would really, really have the exact opposite effect as what the president was hoping. Instead of having this big bomb dropped on them that would bomb them back into the Stone Age. That's another reason why I think this Moab might be something in the offing here, because he used that phrase, bomb them back into the Stone Age. Well, just a regular, bombs that we've been dropping, whether it's a Tomahawk or whatever, they blow up, but nothing's going to bomb anybody to the Stone Age. So that implies that he's going to do something either massively with some of these conventional weapons, or that he's going to have a Moab and get that big bomb back to the Stone Age explosion, because it is just a massive, massive thing. It's not an exaggeration. So one worries that President Trump may do that, and of course it's going to be at risk getting shot down unless we are really, really sure that wherever the target is someplace that we have very high confidence that we can keep it safe, because failure there would have a high cost indeed. And in fact, I mentioned here about the loss of the aircraft we've already had. These are some of the ones that were again just from yesterday. There was also, in addition to the HH-60, that's Blackhawks that were wounded. We also had a CH-47, one of the aircraft that would be necessary to ferry any troops to any ground operations, should we try to do that. You can get about between 20 to 24 combat-loaded troops inside one of these. This was hit by a drone on the tarmac. And yet again, you have this issue that we can't seem to keep our folks safe here. That's a big problem. Now, I want to go to some of the other issues here of the day here. One of the things that President Trump has said in his State of the Union, in that address to the nation on Wednesday, was that we had completely obliterated all their air defense capabilities, all of them, he said. Well, that's not the first time he said that. As a matter of fact, on March 11th, he said this.
They are pretty much at the end of the line. Doesn't mean we're going to end it immediately, but they've got no Navy, they've got no Air Force, they've got no anti-air traffic, anything. They have no systems of control. We're just riding free range over that country. And now we're going to look very strongly at the Straits. The Straits are in great shape. We've knocked out all of their boats. They have some missiles, but not very many. I think we're in very good shape.
Yeah, they have some missiles, but not very many, and we have free reign over. You saw Secretary Hexeth say that a bunch of time with that kind of quirky arm signal. We have free reign. We'll just hover over, and of course, we're losing all the MQ-9s even up to that point, and now we're losing lots of other stuff. Not quite the free reign, and of course, all of that can't help but just undercut the credibility of the President of the United States, of the Secretary of War, Pete Hegseth, because they keep making these claims that you can spin things all day long on a post or in front of a television camera, but you can't spin away the physical capability where our aircraft, operating on the assumption that what you said is true, are getting shot down like what you're seeing on the screen right there. And now that we see more and more of those happen. Some of them got hit but didn't get taken out of the sky, but they had to limp back to base, which means that the skies are most definitely not open. So where do we go from here? Well, listen, the problem is also in what we are targeting, what we are hitting, because the idea is President Trump, you see his frustration building, that he is frustrated that all of this death and destruction he's been raining down and all these targets we've attacked, all these ships that we've blown up, airplanes that we've blown up on their tarmacs on their side here, has not caused him to capitulate, which is what he wanted. He wanted the assassination of the Ayatollah to knock them out of the war right at the beginning. He wanted a nice, quick, clean, easy victory that he could tout and move on from there, look like a big war hero. That didn't happen. So then he says, all right, we'll just have this relentless bombing campaign and that'll cause him to do it. Well, that didn't either. Well, now then, since Wednesday, he's up the ante again. And so he started attacking civilian targets. You saw that bridge in Tehran that we showed you yesterday, but they're also expanding to universities.
I'm not really a cupcake, but I am super baked, thanks to Mood Can.
Mood is third-party test. They belong to the Stone Age for attacking institutions of science. A civilized country, a civilized government, never targets institutions of knowledge, laboratories, or research centers. During the 12-Day War, they first assassinated our professors. But they saw that assassinating professors did not achieve their goals. Now, they have begun targeting and destroying scientific infrastructure. I have said before that destroying buildings does not destroy the structure of science in Iran. The structure of science in Iran is rooted deep in history. They will certainly become disappointed and will fail in this objective. Scientific development in Iran will not stop. Iran's scientific capacity is limitless. It depends on its students, on Iranian talent, and on Iranian creativity and intelligence, which are inexhaustible.
Now, the selection of targets is as important as the effects that they're intended to create. On the one hand, you want a military target to degrade their capacity to resist, so they can't fight, knocking out an air defense system, for example. Or you want it to have a morale effect, that the taking of a certain thing out will dampen their will to fight and to make them more interested in giving up. If you select the wrong targets, however, you could accelerate their capacity, and especially, and that's in wartime, in many respects, more important than the physical is the emotional and the psychological. And if you steal their resolve and make them more likely to resist, then even if the bomb hits its target and blows up and takes something away, it has actually added something to the other side and demeaned our side. And all of the psychological aspects of war are not limited to the battlefield or even to the direct participants themselves, but to the wider audience that's sitting around looking at this from a distance.
Coffee, follow me.